We're going to call this discussion workshop together, or call this meeting to order. It is 12:03, Tuesday, January 14th, 2020. This is a board discussion. We are in the Joanne Idolette Teacher Education Center, and it is 12 noon. Board members, in front of you, you do have a list of the items that we're going to try to go through and highlight. I would like to start off by welcoming Dr. Moore to the first board discussion session with us. 1.1. So what I would like to do is, let's see, are there any new items that anyone would like to add to the agenda today?
Can we add? If we can. If not, I can tag on to one of Dr. Schiff's items because it's kind of related.
Okay.
With B, legal counsel. So it's, if you guys want to add it on separately, that's fine. Or not.
Let's see where Dr. Schiff goes with this, and then you can definitely tag on to that if you're okay with that.
But are we on time limit?
Well, we have until 4 o'clock today.
No, I mean, did you time per person? So if you want to add it on now, it's up to you.
Okay. So let me go ahead and.
Well, and I think I was going to propose when we got there, but your item, preparation of equity report, and my item, deseg order and joint plan.
Yes.
Depending on what you're going to say and what I'm going to say, could probably be combined.
Absolutely.
I suspect that
Let's
revolve.
do that.
And
That's a good idea.
I believe Dr. Moore has some stuff to update us on that too, so that may all fall into one conversation.
So what I've estimated 20 minutes per item. So I'm going to go ahead and miscellaneous. I need to give some information out on the Florida School Board Master Training. I'm going to hand you. Yes, please, because this could go a while.
Mrs. Zork, may I ask a question? When items are being discussed, if there are any handouts that board members would like to give or that will need to be reviewed during the time period for discussion, if we could have those in advance of the discussion so that we could have the time to review the materials, I would really appreciate that. I like to be as prepared as possible, and more time with the information is always better. Perhaps the Friday before a discussion session, all board members could have all information in. What would you think about that, Mrs. Zork?
Mrs. Justice, today is we're going to highlight the areas that we would like to tackle going into 2020. I'm assuming, I can't read your minds, but I'm assuming that there's going to be a lot of discussion in each item going forward. So yes, at all possibility, try to have the information that you have to present ahead of time, but this is an ongoing fluid discussion.
Can I make a point to that?
Yes.
Normally, I would love to be able to do that.
Yes.
The item that I brought forward about all the bills was overwhelming at times, to the point where I didn't know exactly what I wanted to hand, and then there was information that was still forthcoming as of an hour ago.
Sure, and
So
I didn't mean your specific item. I
didn't
didn't mention general, like master board training. If we're going to discuss different modules or different areas that the Florida School Board Association may have available, if you're handing out a calendar or some information, I would imagine that you probably had access to that information, even if it's a Monday.
All this information is on board docs, so if you would please
Wonderful,
go
I
in there
understand.
and take a look.
I understand. Thank you.
I don't.
Yeah,
And we're actually wasting time. Let's dive into this, what we have. We've discussed this multiple times. This is nothing new. It's probably about the third or fourth time that it's been discussed. I believe it was at the last board discussion session that it was asked about master board training. What I have in front of me, and you also have this on board docs, I went ahead and asked Nancy to make photocopies in case individuals had not seen it online.
Thank you.
If we have time, there is something else I'd like to bring up at the end.
So what this is the master board agreement. that all board members will need to sign, and I have the master copy right here. I'm assuming
I'm
that you,
laughing at my name on this. That's a new
Excuse
one.
me?
I've never
Never
seen
seen
a
that
new
one
one like
before?
that. Yeah.
Aaron Gorg.
All right,
oh,
that's funny. All right. Sorry.
just the
Big
last
typo.
typo. Yeah.
It's a new one. I've seriously never seen that one before. I've seen a lot of them.
So
Do
what
you-
I,
Do you
what
want
I,
us to sign, oh, I'm sorry.
so what I have here is that we have to make a commitment going forward if we're going to ask the Florida School Board Association to come in and conduct and preside over the master board training. I have already signed my commitment, so if you would like to go ahead and sign that so we can get started. And after doing that, what we need to do, we will need 2 dates. And keep in mind, the first meeting that we have with them, it is an 8-hour session. So we need to go ahead and, I have the calendar right here. What I prefer you to do is,
Thank you.
I went ahead, I put my name on here, and then I circled three dates that I would be available in February.
And the
Um,
second day, how long is the second day?
The second, there's 3 other dates that will be 4 hours long. So the first one we need to look at is trying to coordinate with them that 8-hour.
Ms. Dork, would you like the superintendent to sign that as well, or his name, there's a spot for his name?
Yes.
Are we looking at during the weekdays or weekends?
Weekdays is preferred.
This is a little confused.
Okay. What's up?
If we're looking at February,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of days in February. So if we all circle days, and somebody's got Monday, and somebody's got Tuesday, and somebody's got Thursday, we got a lot of days. Maybe we could have a conversation about that so that we could start somewhere. Otherwise, I feel like it's a little random.
Well, we know Tuesdays aren't typically, the second Tuesday and the last Tuesday is not good. So I have, I'm open on Fridays. And that's the
How about
dates
the
I
other
have.
Tuesdays?
I'm good on the 4th.
I'm good on the other Tuesdays. That's a good idea, Terry.
Is anybody good on the 4th?
The 4th of February.
Or the 18th? I'm good on either one.
Well, we need 2 dates, so
I'm good on both.
4th and the 18th.
There you go.
Yeah, again, not my first
you-
choice, but
You teach on Tuesday?
Wednesday.
Okay.
But not until the
Okay.
evening, but,
It would be during the day, right?
Right.
Okay.
yeah, it's not my first choice, but not unworkable.
Okay. Let's go ahead and try for the 4th and 18th, and we'll try to get one of those 2 dates
There-
set.
There's a thing in the evening. There's an MCAN thing in the evening on the 4th.
But this is during the day. Dr. Moore, does that work with your schedule?
It's the child care resources thing with Becky Bale. That's child care resources.
That's on a Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there
All
is,
right.
and can I make a
Yeah.
request? If there is any possibility, if people are free on Thursdays, that would help me out a lot. I mean, if it's-
I'm not. That's not a good day for me. Sorry. It's one day I have something scheduled, so. But that's why I left Tuesdays open, because those are our board meetings.
It's not ideal, I'll live.
Okay. All right. Nancy, can you see which dates are available with Florida School Board, the 4th or the 18th? Okay. All right. Well, that was easy enough. So Nancy will get back with us on what their availability is. Then we have this. Okay, so,
Laura, I have a
yes.
question. When we schedule this training, at what point will we decide what our focus will be? Because we can adjust, we can change and add. So for example, one of the suggested items that is offered as a training module does not include protocols. And what we discussed in our last meeting was having the ability to let them know that we want to adjust some of their modules to our needs. So at what point will we discuss what modules will be an option and which modules we'll decide on?
I think we need to bring them in and have that discussion one-on-one with them all
We
together.
can't do that because if we schedule for February 2nd, they're going to come in ready to train.
We have 3 other dates, 4 hours each.
Is that
So
not for
on
master board
February-
training, not discussion? Are those hours for completion of training, Mrs. Zork?
Do you know what I mean?
Dr. Moore, did you talk to,
In speaking with them,
Uh-huh.
our goal should be to identify dates and then areas or themes in which they would provide the development. So I think Ms. Rosario was correct, that we need to identify
okay,
themes to get back to them, or a couple of themes, and then based on the trainer or trainers, we'll
And plan.
deploy as needed.
okay.
Can I make a suggestion for that? Isn't, one of the modules which we've talked about in the past is, I believe it's called something like roles and responsibilities. And I believe it's a good starting place. We've talked about that in the past, and we talked about that with Dr. Moxley, as if we didn't at the time go forward with Master Board, that would be a good place to start. So I'd like to propose that board members consider that that's a good place for us to start.
I do, I agree with that. I also don't want to forget the protocols that we agreed to. I think everything else I'm personally, here it is, I couldn't figure it out where it was. It's on one of the, let me see, review items tab in our binder, second page, says Master Board Program. Second paragraph from the bottom, it reads, some of the skills, knowledge, processes, and concepts that are addressed in the leadership curriculum include perspective taking, consensus building, establishing trust, Covey's 4 cores of credibility, emotional intelligence, team development, communication. These aren't the ones that I thought. Okay, so these are the skills. So the topics are what topics, we need to know what topics they offer. Roles and responsibilities, protocols, I don't know what else.
I think those are segments, so they break it down into particular segments, and you can sort of pick and choose from those segments what you think is most important to start off with as your Master Board training. That's my understanding, but I
what's
could be
8
wrong.
hours is prescribed curriculum. 8 hours, the first 8 hours is a prescribed curriculum for master board training, because it's their
Okay.
certification process. And then my
Okay.
understanding is that there are 3 on-site sessions
Gotcha.
of 4 hours apiece, and I would imagine at that point, so perhaps, Mrs. Zork, that's what you meant. Did you mean that during the 8 hours, perhaps we would identify through that process what the 4-hour on-site sessions would be?
Yes.
Okay.
got it.
Is FSBA comfortable with using some time of the 8 hours, because again, it's their curriculum, not ours, to discuss that, or do we need to find a time to do that separately?
They're pretty efficient. I can talk to them about that. I don't have the answer today, obviously.
Oh, I see it here. Okay.
But I agree with you, the protocols, I think the roles and responsibilities would be a good area, and then, perhaps a third area we'll identify. Or perhaps those are, happen in a 4-hour session with 2
Right.
hours, 2 hours. I don't know how they'll, feel they need to cover it.
And they're the professionals on this. We need to take their advice on what they suggest that we should, I agree, the protocols and roles and responsibilities, but, let's take their advice on this. That's what we're hiring them for.
I agree.
I'm not
Totally agree.
claiming to be the expert on this. So, if you don't mind, we'll,
No, not at all.
Okay.
I just don't want to
Okay.
miss the opportunity of having
Okay.
them well-prepared before
Perfect.
they come in.
well, I'll make sure that that's communicated to them. Okay? All right. How are we doing on time? Good. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into Dr. Schiff, desegregation order and joint plan.
Sure. And as I said earlier, I'd like, if your item that was at the end, preparation of the equity report, overlaps with that, that we combine the time and we have a full conversation at one time. And I'm also going to invite Dr. Moore to update us on a few things as part of the times, and which I think will help forward the
probably-
conversation.
Probably duplicating some of our thoughts here.
I suspect. And these were written before certain turns of events that we didn't know when this stuff got submitted. So, so could I invite Dr. Moore to just update us on a few things that happened recently with regard to the joint plan?
Absolutely. So this past Friday, day number 6 on the job, Judge William, who oversees the joint equity plan, and let me know when I go off the rails, called us down to Miami, NAACP, and the school district, with very little information other than to come down to Miami, wanting to have a conversation with us and the NAACP. I was there. Obviously, we were represented by our legal counsel. Tony Brown was there, represented by his legal counsel. And we had a very, very fruitful conversation. We had an open and honest conversation regarding the reality surrounding the implementation and identifying opportunities for us as a district to be more intentional, more open and honest as we move forward in implementing the plan. The judge had questions regarding 3 individuals who sent letters or correspondence to the judge after we submitted the initial joint plan. The initial joint plan was signed by their legal representation as well as ours. One of the individuals that sent a letter was the now former chair of the Joint Equity Committee, stating that she did not agree with the plan and submitted her own response. Another was a member of the community. The judge didn't really push or go in much detail regarding the member of the community, just said that it was a concern and very rare that we would get a letter from the member of the community. And then the third letter was from one, the actual legal their lawyer, NAACP's lawyer, who sent a letter saying, although he did sign the initial agreement saying it was good to go and be submitted on both parties' behalves, for whatever reason, he did not, at the time of submitting that letter, agree with what was in the plan. Conversation was never really had regarding why the shift or change in behavior from their lawyer saying, I agree with the plan prior to the date in which it was required to be submitted, to the date in which, over the winter break, where he had a change in heart or behavior regarding that particular plan. The judge encouraged us to work together. The judge encouraged us to be collaborative in our efforts. The judge asked us if we were willing to do this work and put it at the forefront of our agenda, and we said absolutely. NAACP said we're absolutely ready to do this work with the district and look forward to partnering shoulder to shoulder with them. The judge asked if we felt individually if we needed to go and have mediation. We did not think that we needed to do that, nor did the NAACP. The judge, in the order, placed an opportunity for mediation and encouraged us that that was not a negative step to take, but it was a proactive step to take, because she, in her experience in doing this work for 25, 30 years, knew that it was very complex and challenging and hard work. And at times of implementing plans like this, in her experience, you should call upon mediation when you're having a conflict or a disagreement in order to continue to move the work forward. And that is something that we will look at moving forward. The NAACP, based on the first year of implementation, asked if the first year, understanding that we are in a 3-year window of implementation, that based on the first year, should that first year, the year that we just concluded, not count? And the judge said, not at this time. No, it should not. NAACP lawyer also asked if they could be the joint committee would be the ones who author and send the report yearly progress report for, as I'm calling it, to the judge. And the judge said, there's no need to do that. The practice should remain consistent if you're working together. We committed to working together. I think some of the disconnect between what was submitted and the reaction that the NAACP and members of the community had in response to the plan, that there was a very, very fruitful meeting regarding recommendations that took place while in the midst of creating the plan. So we were creating one plan moving forward in November, I believe, and then while at the same time creating the progress of the plan moving backwards. So there was an overlap or a disconnect regarding that information. What we are doing now, and I've had 2 or 3 conversations with Tony since Friday. I am, as is he, very committed to doing this work and doing it in a very, very transparent way. The committee meets, the joint committee meets tomorrow night. It is the organizational meeting. That is the opportunity for them to identify the process that will be used as to who will be the 5th member, the person not who doesn't represent the school system or NAACP, but serves as the chair of that particular committee. So they'll work through what that process will be tomorrow evening. After that process has been completed, it may take a week. They may have to reconvene the following week, depending on the process that the committee selects. We will then have the opportunity to work through the plan. Now, let me go back to the plan. There was some good work being done, collaborative work being done in the development of what would be the African American Achievement Plan. As you know, the African American Achievement Plan should be approved prior to the opening of each school year. There was a team working on a plan leading into November and then December. I've had the opportunity to work with staff to review the plan, make shifts and modifications to the plan to ensure that it is reflective of the work that we are doing here in Indian River. The foundation for the plan, the recommendation stemmed from a plan that was developed by Pinellas. So over the course of the time prior to me being here, as well as the last week and a half, it has been very intentional of ensuring that that plan is being designed in a way that fully ensures implementation. That plan will come to you for review and then come to you for approval. That plan will be presented to the Joint Committee for review and ask for recommendations. One of the things that they've been very open and honest about is let's do what needs to be done. And I think in that same tone, the school board is doing what needs to be done. They were the ones who took the initiative to say, let's address the reality and move to unitary status. And that was work that was started a number of years ago. This partial unitary status that defined the work that needs to be done within the 7 areas over the course of the next 3 years is a priority for each of you. And each of you have been very, very clear that this work needs to be done. I received that information. I embrace that expectation. I told the judge, as I will say during my town hall meetings, as I will say to senior staff that I met with yesterday, part of their evaluation will be their steps that they are connected to in implementing that particular plan. And I've been doing this work for a very long time. If you want something done, you need to evaluate it. If you expect something to be done, it needs to be evaluated. I will provide a update to this board the 2nd board meeting of each month. It'll be a data-driven steps that have been accomplished, the data that supports the impact of implementation, the change or improvement of the data point that has been established. I will be at the joint committee every single time they meet to provide a status update regarding implementation, once again receiving the information and recommendations that they make. It will be a fluid plan. So it is a plan that will allow us the opportunities to implement, reflect, and then shift or modify practice based on what we have learned collaboratively as a district, and what we have learned from the Joint Committee in the NAACP. I will establish a page on our webpage that will be launched from our homepage that will take you to the plan and will take you to the progress report presentations that I provide to you on a monthly basis. Right now, I asked the team to work on what would best be called a progress report or a report card, which is a data-driven metrics to review implementation from month to month to month. I'm confident that the work that is being done now is solid work. It is very strategic, it is very intentional, it's very thoughtful, and it is reflective of the recommendations that were made by the Joint Committee that were made to each of you, I believe it was in November. We think that we've captured at least 90% of their recommendations and are open to having conversations around the 10% as to why we don't feel that they may be good steps, but may be steps that we won't be taking this particular year. But we'll be open and honest. And my experience with the president of NAACP, he has a high expectation for implementation. He wants this work done as we all collectively want this work done. Matter of fact, one of those 10% of items that we left off based on the item you're discussing today, maybe we could take that to 93 because just out of coincidence, one of the issues you're talking about today was one of the things initially we did not think was something we were going to be able to do. So as we learn together, we grow together, and we improve implementation. One of the other things that I'm doing as I reviewed Pinellas's plan and identified an opportunity for improvement is to ensure that each strategy within that plan is linked to our strategic plan. As you know, based on my commitment to you during the interview process, we're going through the implementation of my 90-day. It requires the review of our strategic plan. So we are adding a column on the African American Achievement Plan that will be a crosswalk to ensure that it is included into the strategic plan. And I think one of the issues that becomes complex in being a leader of 102 different schools, you have to be strategic, you have to be complex, and you have to be intentional, and you have to monitor outcomes. And the best way to monitor an outcome is to ensure that the practice or the individual who's providing support or instruction or implementing an initiative is getting that work done at a high level before the actual data outcome takes place. So I believe this plan is something that NAACP will be receptive to. I believe it'll be something they're going to have recommendations, and they say, well, why don't we add this? And I want you to know I am going to present it in a very collaborative manner. It is not, here is the plan and this is what we're going to do. And I think and I literally was on the phone with Tony saying, this is what I'm going to say. I want us to be on the same page. We spoke about, can we do this presentation together? He says, I'm going to do my presentation, you do your presentation. He may come tonight if the schedule permits, really to say that we are walking shoulder to shoulder in this work. So my plan moving forward, I'll be happy to answer any questions regarding what took place Friday. Suzanne, if I left anything out, I may have overspoke, but I'll blame it on only being on the job for 6 weeks.
Go ahead, Mark.
Couple things. First off, I want to acknowledge what sounds like a realistic perspective on entering a new era around this. We've spoken before and acknowledged that there's been a lot of lip service paid to this in the past that hasn't resulted in tangible, meaningful, practical, either results or attention within the district to getting this work done. So thank you for spearheading it and taking it seriously. I want to clarify two things that you said, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, was so that we did get a chance to talk about exactly what's going to happen in the future, because as you mentioned, with different voices reporting to the courts, one of the challenges that's become clear is the confusion and miscommunication about what the court expects and what it doesn't. So the court, having called everybody in, was an opportunity to clarify that, and I'm happy to hear that you and Mr. Brown and other parties walked out in agreement and will continue to work that way. Hang on one second.
Okay, I got it.
Two questions about what you said. One, you said that there was a request to add another year in the 3-year agreement for the joint plan, and I want to clarify, because I'm not sure it was clear for the record, the court did not agree to that and is holding us to a 3-year plan.
At the current moment.
At the current moment, that
And
may be changed in the
with
future, but right
the-
now,
Absolutely, correct, yes, ma'am.
no, the first year doesn't count means, no, I'm not extending it, not, no, the first year doesn't count, which, I just want to clarify that for the record. It
So
sounded
if
a
we
little
don't
confusing.
continue in implementation, then she may consider or
It may
take
be,
additional action.
right, but
Yes.
right now, we're still on a 3-year plan. Second thing, and we've talked about this before, and again, for the record, we've talked about that there've been many different reports floating around, and you're talking about a report. The report you referenced was the African American Achievement Report, which is being modeled after the Pinellas County Bridging the Gap report. And I just want to clarify that the report that we're talking about is that the African American Achievement Report will be coordinated with what is meant to be the report specific to the joint plan. So the report that we're talking about is that the African American Achievement Report will be written in such a way that it satisfies the requirements for reporting for the joint plan. Is that correct?
Yes, and if I can just give you some of my
Yeah,
theory
please.
of action and ask for any input you guys may have, I would appreciate it. What we did is, in order to be clear and precise and ensure that there is one comprehensive plan that addresses equity as a district, while at the same time ensures that we are implementing the steps for the joint plan. We ensured that we started with the joint plan. What is the action to implement this particular plan? One of the areas of concern from the joint committee from NAACP is that that plan is very narrow. It's only looking at 7 particular areas. And I think we all agree that in order to really bring equity to the forefront and make sure that equity matters for all, it's a bigger piece of work that needs to be done. And I know this, NAACP told me that when you had just a plan for that one, you're doing the minimum. And that is that was the perception, and I understand why that was the perception. Let us just do what we need to do to satisfy the court, and that's not why any of you want to do this work. You want to do it to be best by kids. So we have that one plan. I want to ensure that we're not replicating action or we're not siloing off action and being repetitive. I am struggling with the lack of people that are in the district to do very, very important work to support principals, support initiatives, support the investment in teachers. This is a very, very, very small district. People have a number of different titles, and we need to be very strategic on how we're using them to get the absolute most out of them, kind of evaluating how they're spending their time, and anything that I could eliminate for them is something that I need to do in order to support schools. I do want to say, and let me pause there, if you have any questions or concerns regarding the issue. So what you will see coming to you, it is in draft form. It has a draft watermark on it. Well, I'm not saying this is the plan, is the African American Achievement Plan that is comprehensive in nature. And it will have a link for each strategy or action step that links back to the African American Achievement Plan. So you'll be able to know.
To the joint plan, you mean?
To the joint plan, I'm sorry, yes.
Mrs. Justice.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Dr. Moore for taking a step back, evaluating this situation, watching some of the history of it, and then really working to build a new relationship with our community members. I think when you said that the school board is united in the belief that we need to be best by kids and do what's necessary, that is very true. I believe that's true for the NAACP and Equity Committee members as well. So I'm just really excited about being able to move forward. I look forward to any recommendations that people have for the plan, and also really addressing the issue of equity in a much broader capacity while being in compliance with the joint resolution, but really, doing what we need to do for kids, which is why you're here. So I'm excited about it. I appreciate your willingness and ability to really be collaborative.
Okay, thank you. And let me say this, because I think it's something I promised that I would say, and it's the truth. one of the frustrations shared by the joint committee, NAACP, is that we treat it as just a regular old advisory committee. And one of the things that was made clear to me in listening to the words of the judge is that this is a court-appointed committee. And they, yes, they are making recommendations, and yes, they are providing feedback. But there is a clearly defined variance between a court order in which you're ordered to implement versus an advisory capacity. That was made clear to me, which is something Mr. Brown says he's been sharing for a number of years. And to be truthful and honest, it is a court-appointed advisor. I'm sorry, I think I just said it was wrong. It was a court-appointed committee, and then we will treat it as such. We will ensure that we're implementing the plan. I think where we are right now is in a good place to ensure that we're going to be implementing collectively.
Dr. Moore, we're going to combine these since we're right on, I don't want to bounce back the topics back and forth.
We're combining with your.
Let's talk about the
issue H.
timeline and why it's so important to, looking back, hindsight's 2020, why it's important that we prepare this timeline going forward, and we didn't have it in the past, and it really is, you know, you and I had talked about this. I just would like to share with the board the importance of having this timeline so that we're not at the end feeling, both sides feeling like it's rushed, and then we're submitting something on December 9th. And so if you'd like to expand on that.
A, I want to be intentional in implementing the plan. B, there are progress reports, that's probably not the right term, that is due throughout the year. So there's one actually due in March. So we have to begin this work immediately to ensure that we have this approved plan and that progress report is reflective to the commitment that I made and the commitment that the NAACP'd in terms of moving ourselves to a fully implemented plan. I am the Chief Executive Officer who will oversee the implementation of the plan, seeking the feedback and input and recommendations from the Joint Committee. It is my responsibility under your leadership to make changes or shifts in that plan and hold individuals accountable for implementation. So in order to do that, I know no other way of doing that other than being completely transparent, open, and honest. And I want to say this, that the implementation that the judge found subpar and that each of you found subpar should not be a negative reflection on the team here doing this work. It should not. This is a team who's juggling 25, 30 different balls, trying to get as much done as they possibly can. We just need to be more strategic in the implementation of what will be our strategic plan and ensure that there's an overlap in terms of who is responsible for doing what. And so I say that because I don't want anyone in this community who is listening to think that I'm bashing the district support team. Absolutely not. If they have done anything in the last week, they have shown me that this is a priority to them as well. And they're thankful for the expectation and the support and the clarity in regards to what it is that they need to be doing.
And you were going to bring that timeline back to us at the second board meeting of February?
What I will do, I don't want to commit, my goal is to listen to the organizational meeting tomorrow night. I will be there. They have to elect a chair using an open and honest process. So we spoke through some ideas on how to do that. Obviously, once you turn it over to the four current members, they'll decide on the process in which they're going to follow. I want to ensure that it is an open and honest, transparent conversation. Whether I may come back and ask you, the committee has said they would like for us to nominate 3 people to serve as the chair. And NAACP will bring back 3 people as well. maybe they'll decide to put an ad in the newspaper, and someone can come back and give a presentation, and then the committee can vote. They may elect to keep the chair that they had in the previous year. But the intent of tomorrow's meeting is to define the process that they'll follow. It's an organizational meeting, and then they'll reconvene, and we'll begin the work of reviewing the plan.
A quick question, will the previous chair be present at that meeting? So if they were to decide that they want to keep going as they've been going and that they're happy with the leadership and the chairmanship, that could then be a productive business meeting, right?
The answer to your question is yes, and I know that individual, Ms. Green, has been invited to the meeting.
And do you know if that meeting's going to be taped, video or audio?
I do not know, but I would encourage,
If it can be, I think that'd be great. Again, we want to have as much of this work be as transparent as possible. In the past, often those meetings have been in the small room where there's not the capacity for that. So if it's possible to request that it be taped, I don't know who makes that decision or how, but.
I think it's a absolutely outstanding idea. And it's something that we could, during that, we can recommend. I could speak to Tony. after
Yeah, and
this meeting.
ideally audio tape so that people
Right.
can watch.
I believe it is audio, because that's how she takes her notes.
Audio or
but
video?
Video.
Video, I'm sorry, I meant video.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, video. Because often they happen in there, and there's not capacity. Sometimes it's because
Facebook
this room
Live,
is,
You never know.
well, in the past, that hasn't happened.
Right.
Sometimes this room is busy. But as an arm of the board and as a committee that operates in the sunshine and as a committee that reflects the board, I personally would like to see that happen.
Absolutely. Board members, you may remember, and it's been a while now that you adopted a resolution that actually identified how different types of meetings would be recorded. And with regard to your advisory committees, the decision made by the board is that they would be audio recorded. And to my knowledge, that's how all of your advisory committees are done, audio recorded.
Make a comment? I believe we just heard, though, from Dr. Moore that this is a unique committee, not an advisory committee. It's one that's appointed by the court. So do we need to vote
absolutely.
on that maybe tonight and make it?
You can certainly make those changes, but that's what you did a while back,
And
and
can we
then.
put that on tonight?
But to the point, do we have to vote on it, or is it by consensus at this meeting?
Because you voted on the last one, I would suggest that you bring back that list and identify what you would like to change.
Should we want, so we now want to add that to tonight's meeting so that we can vote on it?
That's a policy change.
It's not a
No, it's not a policy. It was a protocol document adopted
Okay.
by the school board so
Okay.
that staff would understand how to set
Okay.
up rooms and what equipment needed to be
Perfect.
made available, that sort of thing.
And personnel, correct?
I don't remember if it talks about personnel, I'm sorry.
It will.
No?
I mean, but,
Suzanne, I recall, and help me remember here.
Of course.
The joint committee, we have two NAACPs, we have two appointed members from the school district, and together, they decide on a fifth member. Is that correct?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then they vote on a chair.
No. The fifth person is the
the-
chair, yes.
okay.
The way the joint plan is drafted is the four
Mm-hmm.
individuals on the committee that you just identified identify who is the fifth member, and that fifth person is automatically the chairperson.
Okay. All right. So, Dr. Moore, we're looking at second business board meeting or discussion sessions that you want to give us our presentations on status?
I'd like to do it during the business meeting
Okay.
as a standing agenda
Okay,
item.
perfect.
That affords everyone the opportunity who may be working, the opportunity to come or listen.
Okay. Mrs. Rosario?
I had a conversation with Dr. Moore not long ago about, because Dr. Moore wasn't here, just wanted to let you all know in the public about the post-discussion session that we had after we had the larger meeting where the Equity Committee shared their recommendations with us. And post that, if you all recall, Dr. Moxley took notes, right? And she shared them with us. There were these long lists, this chart that she created, and it was a very long list. And if you recall, we actually went through, if not all of them, quite a number of them that we all agreed could and should be implemented right away. And then there were some items that we all agreed could be held off for a little bit because of funding, budget, whatever, maybe staff, whatever it was. And as Dr. Moxley recommended to us, the list was so long of recommendations that you can't possibly address all of them with fidelity all at the same time, right? So you don't want to rush something so it's half done and it's not completed right. And so I just wanted to let you know that I had this conversation with Dr. Moore because I encouraged Dr. Moore to watch that
Workshop or discussion.
well, the previous to that, the actual meeting that we all had with the Equity Committee and their recommendations, and yes, the follow-up discussion session with Dr. Moxley, because I think that's important in that we don't want Dr. Moore to be taken on rabbit trails. Not that staff is going to do that, but there are a lot of people talking into his ear on what needs to be done and what needs to be, and so just hearing it himself can actually allow us to all be on the same page, rather than later on down the line, we say, I don't remember that, or that wasn't part of that original discussion. So I just wanted to be, just let you all know that I had that conversation with him. But as a follow-up to what Dr. Moore has just mentioned, that we are going to receive the joint plan for, where are my notes? The joint plan for review. Not the joint plan, I'm sorry, the African American Achievement Plan for review. I was also reminded that there is a third plan out there somewhere, and I don't want us to forget it. And it is, and I forget the name, I don't know if it's called African American Plan or a Equity Plan, but there is an annual plan that has to be submitted to the state. We looked at that, Dr.
The equity report, that's the
The equity
form.
report.
report.
Okay,
That's
that's
a
a
different
form.
from the state.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have another form, plan, whatever it is, out there. And I have always been of the mindset, and it just, I'm not disagreeing with you because you mentioned all of these different plans, really, they all address the same need. The goal is the same for student achievement with a certain population, really. And how we reach closing the gap doesn't vary very differently with each of these plans because the goal is ultimately the same. But there's another plan. My point was there is this equity report out there too that we might be able to look at to ensure that we're not repeating ourselves, like you said, double dipping or whatever the form is, the wording is. So yeah, I mean, I just wish we can have one plan and move forward rather than having all of these different reports and plans, but it is what it is. So I trust that you are on the right track and that you are going to ensure that this is going to be done.
The information submitted to the state will be a validation because
Right.
it's a data-driven report regarding numbers on an annual basis, so it'll be a point of implementation. My goal is to have one strategic plan that is linked to school improvement plans, and all of the action in this district is aligned regarding the priorities that we have as a district, filtered down to the individual priorities that schools have at each particular school. So it is complex work, but you want to improve the quality of a life, just align the energy of a system around priorities and support the individuals who are doing the work and invest in them, and we will see great things happening, and that's the intent.
Yes, thank you. The other thing that I wanted to just kind of piggyback off of with regard to this being a court-appointed committee, just for the record, I'd like to read from the court order what the role and responsibility is of the Equity Committee. It is not different from what Dr. Moore just shared. So the judge actually, or is it the judge that wrote this?
No, ma'am, that was
Plan-
an agreement between the
The
parties.
both parties,
Yes.
okay. So the equity committee shall be responsible for monitoring the school district's implementation of the plan and the results effectiveness of the plan in improving the academic achievement of African American students. I'm going to skip down a little bit. The equity committee shall submit any recommendations to the school board for modifying the plan to eliminate strategies, procedures, and/or programs that have not been successful, or to include new strategies, procedures, and/or programs likely to improve academic achievement of African American students. All recommendations provided by the equity committee shall be made in an advisory capacity. At all times, ultimate authority remains with the school board. And the equity committee has no authority to direct the day-to-day operations of the school district. So it is clear it is a court-appointed committee with advisory capacity only. Not to say that their work is not important, but I just want to reiterate that at the end of the day, the board reviews the recommendations and has the authority to implement whatever recommendations that they bring forth, or not, all or some, or whatever it is. At the end of the day, it's up to the board to have that final decision. So thank you, Dr. Moore, for your work beginning and for going down there, and Mrs. Diagresta, of course. And I look forward to hearing more.
Mrs. Justice.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Zork. Just further to Mrs. Rosario's point, the idea of court-appointed, it was a committee that was created in the joint resolution collaboratively by the school district and the NAACP. So while the joint resolution was adopted, the court gave its stamp of approval and was adopted, court appointed a committee. We chose to have the committee. It wasn't forced on us. We chose this. So I think that's important to remember. The other piece that I would say is when we had the discussion with the NAACP and we had that workshop at nighttime, or that meeting, one of the things was we were talking about something and I said, did you know that XYZ happens in this way from the state? And the answer came back, no, I didn't know that's how it happens. And so I'm really hopeful that in you working with the NAACP and the Equity Committee in a very collaborative way, that some of those things, right, some of the things that they may not be aware of, if there's a state statute that speaks to something that would prohibit us from adopting a recommendation, they want to know the why too.
Right.
You know, everybody wants to know the why. Okay, I need to go do that. Why do I need to do that? Why can't we do that? So I hope as part of your job, your work in working with them, part of it is education, right? To bring everybody up to the same place where we all have the same information. Because if there's a statute that says we can't do X, Y, Z, no matter how much we want to do it, the state doesn't allow us to. And I'm not saying that it won't, that it's always going to be that we can't do something, but just that we all know what the limitations are or the flexibilities are. So I just hope we continue to work in that way.
Dr. Schiff.
Can I just respond real quick to that? Because the educative process is a two-way street.
Absolutely.
There are certain things that we may be aware of that they're not, but there are equally experiences they've had, issues of which they are aware that we are not. So I just want to be cautious about presenting that we are in some way an ultimate authority that imposes or tells or describes, in the absence of, we are also a listening authority. We are also, we listen to their experience, we hear their experience, and they are aware of things that happen that we're not aware of. And I just want to,
Yeah, no,
Make
thank
that
you.
clear.
And I apologize if the words I just used somehow left out listening. The listening is obviously a very important part of it, Dr. Schiff, so thank you for reminding me of that and to mention that. I think that only through sharing experiences and communication will we be able to successfully do this work.
I would like to propose a question here. When we met with the NAACP back in October, and we had and Ms. Green was here and she presented, we had talked about trying to meet, was it once or twice a year with the NAACP so that we can come together and just work out issues, that if there is an issue, or just build that relationship. So when Dr. Moore builds that timeline, what did we agree? Did we agree on a quarterly meeting with the NAACP, or what's the preference of the board?
I don't remember what we.
I don't
what we
remember, but I know it was like a workshop setting,
Yes.
like we had before. I thought that was very productive. But then I felt like, okay, somehow it didn't become productive, so I want to make sure that we're very transparent about being productive with that. I think in a workshop setting, I'd be fine with whenever you all want to. I think it's important, though, that we continue that conversation.
Personally, time permitting, I'd vote for quarterly. I'd vote for more communication rather than less, because I think we get into less trouble that way.
Yes.
I don't have a preference. I just think that we should possibly defer to Dr. Moore in terms of that timeline, because we're going to receive monthly reports now, monthly progress monitoring. So I'm not sure if,
This is different because
what are we talking here? That's why I just want to make
what
sure.
what I'm talking about is maintaining and building that collaborative relationship with the NAACP and the school district, school board, and coming to the table. I did have written down here quarterly is my preference for us to come together, and we can just take a review of where we are in that timeline together. And so it's different.
To your point,
How would that be different? Because
becau-
Dr. Moore is going to be giving us a report. I mean, not that I think it's a great idea, I just don't know if we're just going to be repeating the same.
Can I make
Can
a
I ask
suggestion?
so that-
Perhaps when he gives us that report, it's during the conversation that we have with them in the workshop.
Right. And my recommendation, and I do see them as being different, one is going to be the implementation steps that we have taken as a district in order to ensure compliance. I see it as a point of accountability from me to you, point of accountability from me to staff to principals.
That's the once a month.
That's the once a month. It ensures that we don't take our eye off what we have defined as being a priority. The opportunity to come together quarterly, they meet quarterly as well, so I think that is a good idea, just to kind of touch base face-to-face.
I understand.
Regarding how are you feeling. An update of what we're doing may not reflect, I don't feel as if I'm being heard. Not that I would exclude that information from you, but it just continues to open the doors of transparency.
Dr. Schiff, you had a comment?
More or less that. They're different things. Receiving a report and discussing a report amongst ourselves is very different than having a conversation with people who are also equally, if not more, invested in this and getting their input, feedback, satisfaction, dissatisfaction, so that we as a board hear that directly from them, not in the guise of a report or a set of numbers given to us just by the superintendent.
Yeah,
Okay.
Very,
I
very
think
different
it's- yeah.
intent and collaboration there.
yeah, I can see if they're having their quarterly, I can see us having one quarterly too, but do we want to have it after their
Well, I
after
think-
their meeting to hear the feedback from them as to their meeting, and then they meet with us quarterly?
I think
Uh,
you're gonna set up the
I
timeline and
think
bring it back.
quarterly would be a good idea. As I think a little bit deeper about it, there is a plan that's due in March that goes to the judge in order to ensure that we do not have a repeat of what happened with the report that went in December. That would be, prior to submitting that, an opportunity to come together and look at the actual document that's going to the court and have that dialogue. I believe the next one is in September, and then the last one would be in December. So that's it. That's not quarterly, but that's 3 points of contact where we can ensure we're providing the information to the judge, and it is evidence of implementation. Here is the data, here is the growth points, and this is implementation that worked, and some things that did not happen the way that we wanted it to, then we be open and honest, and we say that as well.
Okay.
To that point, when we talk about a report going forward to the court, what we want to build into this somehow is a way that we are developing that report together, which is what the judge asked for, which is different than we simply sit down and have a conversation. It's a different set of structures and dialogues. So I don't know if we have that conversation now as we run out of time, but at some point, we have to have the conversation about how is the development of that report going to happen? What's it going to look like? How are we going to collaborate on it? And how are we going to set aside time for that? To your point, so we don't get into the same kinds of miscommunication that we got into.
So
this time.
my recommendation to address that issue is when I come back for the first month in February, that includes that timeline on how staff will work with NAACP and the Joint Committee to put together a plan. And when it comes to the board, it's coming on behalf of the Joint Committee. They'll be there to speak to the information that's being submitted. So I'll drive the work and ensure that it is reflective and provide it to you in draft form, and bring it to you in a place where it is speaking in one voice regarding the reality of implementation, and as well as having the NAACP Joint Committee members here to speak through their findings, not only captured on the report or on the document, but ultimately, if they speak to the item or through public speaker.
As long as there's a structure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Always.
I think that's all I have on that. You're good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, all.
Board members, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes, if you don't mind, for a break, and we'll be back let's go ahead and come back at 1:15, if you don't mind.
Can I ask what item are we going to go to next?
The next item is...
'Cause we're jumping around.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have we're going to go to you.
Okay.
the
I'd like to flip,
legislative-
that's why I asked, because I'd like to flip mine, since we just had this discussion. I think my one on affordable housing is more appropriate to talk about right after that
Okay,
discussion.
perfect.
Okay?
No problem. All right, let's take 10 minutes. are going to jump into an item that Mrs. Barenborg has put on the agenda. She has added affordable housing.
Right, okay, thank you. When I was preparing for the Bob Seuss show in December, of course, I listened to the radio program as I was about to speak, and I heard Commissioner Fran Adams speaking about what was coming up. Susan, sorry, her mom is Fran. Susan, you can tell how long I've lived here. So Susan Adams was bringing up a point that they were bringing up in their meetings, which is about affordable housing. And that has been a contention with me, as we have had a problem with trying to get teachers and recruit teachers and minority teachers to come to our district and have affordable housing to live here. A lot of times people maybe get housing in St. Lucie County, they'll work here for a year or so, and then we lose them to St. Lucie County because they realize, you know, they need teachers as well. So how can we go about that? Well, I'm one that likes to look for solutions and ideas and think outside the box, so get ready for this. As I listened to that, it made me go back to when I first moved to St. Lucie and I worked in the old mall. And I worked in the old Sears because what happened is St. Lucie needed a district office, so they purchased this old Sears there. And it was a Sears when I moved here, so I remember going there. And funny enough, I worked in ladies' lingerie, which was repurposed into the curriculum and instruction offices. And so
Separates, but
Yes.
it wasn't, okay.
Yes. It was a Sears that had been cleaned out and now repurposed
Got it.
as a
I'm just
district
kidding. I was
office.
just- got it.
Since then, they have moved down to tradition and they've purchased a new building because we had flooding. We got flooded out twice when we were there. But what I loved about it was that I could leave during my lunch hour and go walk in between the mall. And it was repurposed for like the voting offices were there. There were different businesses that were there. There was a charter school at the other end. There was a church that had been moved in there. So it was very interesting how they repurposed the mall. So it made me think about Sears. And then, of course, when I heard about Macy's, I thought, I'm going to put this item on our agenda and let's talk about it. So if we could show that first video, Brandon. This is a video that I had seen years ago. I don't know how old it is, but I remember seeing this, and it reminded me, this isn't a new idea, obviously. So let's look at this one.
They were once thriving shopping centers, but in a post-recession universe, malls are turning into ghost towns. The one-two punch of contractions in retail and housing, coupled with the rise in e-commerce, has led to the decline in brick and mortar. American cities are riddled with abandoned shopping, most of which are too expensive to tear down. In Providence, Rhode Island, that means turning the oldest mall in America into micro-apartments.
There are 14 residential units on the second and third floor, and 38 of those are micro-lofts, 19 of them that are 225 square feet, and 19 of them that are just under 300 square feet. I mean, you only got 29,000 square feet of rentable space in a building this size. You got to get every square foot.
This used to be like an old toy store that we're standing in right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of great stores that were in here, and just over time, the second and third floor retail never could make it.
We're talking about a mall that basically went bankrupt.
Yeah, it was slow death.
Like Providence, communities across the U.S. are coming up with creative solutions to their dead mall problems. In Cleveland, hydroponic herbs and spices grow. In Vanderbilt, health clinics have replaced dresses and accessories. And in Alabama, they even thought about turning their mall into a prison. And let's be honest, sometimes malls can feel that way.
You can see the way the railings are here. It's sort of like Shawshank Redemption.
But really, who wants to live in a mall? As it turns out, a lot of people do. The waiting list for units is already a couple of hundred people long.
Do you think that's going to be a weird selling point, that you have to have the storefront and like you're going to have to live in a storefront basically?
That's the challenge in this building, but it's also the charm. Imagine living in this building and coming home to this every day and walking through here and in the summer the light, and you have to see what the space looks like when it's lit during the evening too. It's really spectacular. It's your window on the world. It's not a storefront.
Okay, so that was kind of interesting. I had seen that a couple years ago. And, you know, I know this is crazy and it's a big idea, but if you don't ask and you don't try, why not? You know, you're never going to get an answer and you only can be told no. So interestingly enough, as I was sitting here thinking, and we discussed this about, what do you think? It's huge, and I don't know if we could do this, and we'd have to get lots of groups involved. Yes, yes, yes. Last night, another video came across, so go ahead.
A new project is headed for the West Palm Beach skyline. Tonight, city commissioners gave the go-ahead for a former department store to be transformed into a high-rise living and retail space. WPTV News Channel 5's Todd Wilson has a look at that overhaul and just where it's headed. Todd?
That is correct. Well, you know something, the plan is to replace the old Macy's building here at Rosemary Square with a new 21-story project. Bill Nugent has lived in the Grandview Heights neighborhood for 20 years. He was sad to see Macy's go, but is glad another project is on the way.
That's going to provide that energy and really help support the local businesses, because that keeps and maintains a nicer, friendlier, safer environment for all of us.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. And motion carried unanimously.
Tonight, the City Commission was unanimous with their vote. Here's a rendering of the proposed building. The project is a 21-story mixed-use building containing 325 residential units, approximately 34,000 square feet of retail space, and 57,000 feet of office space.
This will bring a lot of vitality to Rosemary Square. It brings retail and office, meaning daytime users, but it also brings nighttime users.
Harvey Oyer says 15% of the housing will be workforce housing. Workforce housing is a form of affordable housing.
And this would be a typical school teacher, police officer, firefighter, a secretary in an office, a paralegal. They all generally qualify for workforce housing.
Nugent says he had to show up and support the project. He's not worried about overcrowding, though.
I think that smart density is something that's really good for a growing city. It can be done badly, but this is not. This is done well.
Well, right now, there's no set date as to when they're going to break ground, but I was told that once they do that, it'll take about 2 years to complete the entire project. Live at Rosemary Square, Todd Wilson, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Okay, so obviously we don't want 21 stories. And ironically, they used old Sears and Macy's in those projects, and we have a Sears and a Macy's that are vacant.
First of all, if you take away Dillard's, there's nowhere to buy shoes in Indian River County. So. Are you pushing Dillard's out of our mall?
No.
Okay.
The ideal of the first one, if you noticed, was it was mixed use, and that's what they're proposing in the second one, mixed use. So some of the stores that are still there could still survive, and they'd actually have residents living right among them that would support the stores, I'm sure, or restaurants or whatever. What I'm asking is for ideas, input, and thinking about maybe setting up a meeting where we have either an intergovernment meeting with our county commission, our city council's chamber, or inviting Realtors Association, Builders Association, interested parties, workforce solutions, career solution groups, whoever.
I do know that there is an affordable housing committee that got reconvened. I think this is a perfect opportunity to propose some of your ideas and suggestions. I did have, thinking outside the box here, is we have surplus property. And if we're looking at trying, just like with your idea, it's thinking outside the box. If we have surplus property, working out a partnership with a builder, that they build housing on that property, and our teachers, I believe Miami-Dade had something similar to that.
They consider something very, very similar to what you just mentioned.
And I know that it was very successful, if you don't mind. It was very successful in Miami-Dade, so I think this is a great, great opportunity to have this conversation. Mrs. Justice.
Oh, thank you so much, Mrs. Zork. I think this is a really interesting idea. That mall still has some stores that are operating. A church has moved in. Probably not as much character as the 1828 structure that was shown. That was a beautiful building. Interestingly, this is something I think has been on a lot of people's minds. Andres Dwani is an urban planner, and he has done a lot of work in Indian River County. Not a lot, I'm sorry, but he's worked at Windsor. It's a community I'm familiar with because my husband does work there as well. And I had the opportunity to speak with Andres about some of the low-income housing or affordable housing that he has been working on. He has some interesting ideas and might like to be a part of the conversation. As Three Corners is developed, and I don't know what the future for that holds, they'll be holding the charrettes to see what the community is looking for, but I think it's something that Andres would like to be a part of the conversation in how Indian River County continues to develop, and also I'm aware of some philanthropic partners who may have an interest in supporting something like that. I don't know if the mall is the place to do it. I don't know if it's surplus property that's the best place to do it, but we do know that there's a need for housing, affordable housing for our teachers, and it's not just Indian River County, right? It's across the nation. So if there's something that we can do to help facilitate that and working with the Board of County Commissioners in doing that, then I'm all for it. We are the largest employer in the county, and our teachers make up a big part of that workforce.
I would like, go ahead, Mrs. Rosario.
I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to begin the conversation. I think similar to the intergovernmental health meeting that you put together in the summer, I think all of those people, if we come to the table just to begin the conversation and see where everybody is in terms of buy-in, moving from there and getting feedback as to should it be surplus or the mall or someplace else, at least that way we're all on the same page. But we definitely need it for sure. I think it would be a hot selling point for sure, and maybe we can actually be pioneers in this area for hiring, retaining teachers in our county as an attractor, right? Especially during a teacher shortage. We might actually get, super highly qualified teachers to come in when we're struggling with finding teachers to come. So I think that that's actually a wonderful idea. I'm glad you brought it forth. I have a question, though.
What?
Who spearheads this committee that you said just reconvened? I'm unfamiliar.
I'll get that information for you. The county commission calls that meeting back.
So
to
it's
meet
under
together.
their guidance or
I'll have to look into
oversight or
that.
something?
I should know that answer, but I don't.
And this might be a fairly novice question, but what surplus property are we talking about? Because being a new board member, I don't really know.
Well, that's probably a longer conversation than we have. We only have a few minutes.
When you say we, is that the district?
The district, we have little parcels here and there that were accumulated over the years. I guess foreseeing maybe a parking lot, or I don't know why we have all
Potential
these little.
schools.
Absolutely. But Dr. Moore and Terry, if you don't mind, can you take about 2 minutes and tell us what Miami-Dade's doing? And because that was the first time and it sparked my interest a couple years ago, what they were doing down there with the housing for the teachers.
We have a school that is in Overtown with a nice addition, a nice piece of land, PE field. It is a surplus piece of property. Property that is not used by the district but ultimately owned by the district. They have agreed to use that piece of property to build affordable housing, which could be used for almost, they must have watched the same article, the same video to our service workers, teachers. Has not broken ground. This was, as you said, probably 2 years ago, and to be honest with you, I haven't heard anything since, and it was outside of my scope of work in Miami. So I don't even know if it's honestly still something that's happening, but there was a lot of buzz around that opportunity and being at the forefront of addressing what is a crisis in terms of affordable housing. And I don't know either, but I can provide everyone a listing of where our surplus land is.
Probably about 7 properties, and it won't be hard to find.
Thank you. I just did a little research quickly on the committee that they do have. I don't know who spearheads the committee. Mr. Solari is a non-voting, he's the non-voting member from the county commission. They have a list of who can be a part of the committee. It seems that board of county commission members appointed people to take part, so perhaps we could ask for there to be someone, I mean, perhaps they'd expand the committee to include someone from the school board to be a representative on that committee. I don't know if that's something they'd be willing to do, but it might be an interesting, as a large employer, it may be interesting to ask if they'd be willing to do that. They may say no, but, you know, it seems like they may consider it, so I don't know how we would go about that.
Well, I did mention it to one of the commissioners. Commissioner O'Brien is in my district, so I did speak to him about this, because I said, I noticed that you've been talking about the same problem that we are having, which is affordable housing for our teachers and to recruit and retain. And he said yes, and he'd be interested in talking further about this idea. I did tell him what I was going to bring forward. And he said, he can't speak on behalf of his fellow commissioners, but he'd be willing to bring that item forward and talk about it. So I guess what I'm asking is, are you interested in furthering this? And if so, would you like me to spearhead trying to get this, organized for us?
I'd be happy for you to represent us if that's something, and then come back with reports. But I mean, it would be great just to have someone maybe going to the committee, even if you weren't a member of the committee, just attending and listening, and then, so I think that would be a great idea.
I'll go ask to present and see if, they'd be interested in this.
I would, if we had one here and hosted it like we did in the summer, I would absolutely be willing to help in any way possible.
I think we would be
Send out invitations or whatever.
reinventing the wheel, though, with all due respect, because this committee has been working on this. I think it would probably, since they've already conducted a lot of research around this, is us go into that location and go in that way.
I just want to make sure that the affordable housing that they're looking at is something that possible teachers would consider, renting or whatever, or owning.
May I? I'm not sure if I agree with you that it's reinventing the wheel. I think it's important to know what they're doing. But their intention and their structures and who they have involved may be completely independent of anything that would be about teachers in the district. And the process that you started last, whenever it was, about the joint meetings with the county commission, I think is a nice thing to keep up. Given whatever it is that committee is doing, how, if appropriate, how we move into some kind of collaboration, I think would be a great intergovernmental afternoon.
I'm sorry.
Tiffany, then Jackie, and then,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So I think everybody's kind of right. Mara's right in the sense that, our focus is going to be on one area of, and not just teachers, but support staff just in general, right, in
Absolutely.
Indian River County. So the staff and faculty of Indian River County Schools, there are certain laws that govern how you can parcel out certain uses for certain residential space. So I'm not familiar with those laws. So as we navigate through this, I think the intention of it wanting to be, wanting to have a space for teachers or for staff is important for us. So we may want to protect our own interests in that, but we'll also have to kind of navigate around the laws, the residential laws of
It does
cordoning off certain things for
require
certain
rezoning.
purposes.
So what's the next step?
So I actually think that attending this committee that's already established, just for information, to see where they are and what their goals are, would be very important. And then maybe coming back with a report on that. But moving forward, this other meeting that is proposed, even as a beginning maybe, may include very, very different people that might be on that committee. So as this one would have, I'm looking over your shoulder. You suggested the Realtors Association, the Chamber of Commerce,
Builders.
the Builders Association, and so on. That might look different from the committee that's already established.
So if you
So
look on-
maybe we might not know that unless we're actually attending a couple of the committee meetings that are established, and then we can kind of sit back and say, they're on a different route than where we want to go. or we're in line with exactly where they are, and then how can we join in on their efforts so that we can, move forth with teachers and our service workers.
I have sat in on this, and the people that you're speaking about are at the table, in addition to others that haven't even been brought up, like the people from UpSource, the other municipality individuals are there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, they did a really nice, if you look on the Board of County Commission website, they did a really nice job building an advisory committee, recognizing certain areas or pockets within the community that need to be represented, to search for that person. So it's impressive.
I'd like to just wrap up if I could.
Go ahead.
So perhaps what I'll do is reach out to, you said Solari is the commissioner?
He's just
on there?
listed here as a member that's not a voting member,
Okay.
but just Jason Brown, I mean, the county, I would imagine.
I mean, I already did speak to Peter O'Brien. So let me reach back out to Mr. O'Brien and see if that would be something that I would either be able to attend or talk to them or present to them. And then bring it back to you at the next meeting and say, because I didn't want to speak on behalf of the board. I wanted to, really run it by you guys first before we do this.
There is a chair for that
Who
committee.
is the chair? Oh, I'll look it up.
Don't ask me that.
Okay.
It's
But-
Tim.
It's Tim? Your husband?
Is it Tim? Is Tim the chair?
He's very involved in it, but I'm telling you, we're in the same house. I don't know what he
Okay.
does. I just keep it there.
I'll find out. I'll contact.
But
I'll
I
find
do
out
know
what
a
we can
meeting's
do.
coming up.
Okay, so I'll find out what I can do. If I can attend the meeting, I will. And if I can't, I'll at least see if I can get some input or questions answered.
They let the public watch, or?
Oh, absolutely. It's open, just
think
like
so.
this is open. And also, they do allow individuals, even if you're not at the table, they allow individuals to speak.
So would you all be comfortable then as a board member for me going if they allow me to present what I just presented?
Absolutely.
I'm sure somebody else has the same idea. This isn't new, but at least it's different entities in our community talking about similar things that we can maybe put forward. I know for us, we have a pinpoint reason for doing this, and I know it's a problem across this county to try to find affordable housing for people.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you. Okay. So let's mark this one off. We're going to jump back up to, because I've already went through my item combined with Dr. Schiff's, the timeline for preparing the equity report. Let's go back up to Dr. Schiff.
Okay.
Legal counsel or academic testing, whatever one you wanna
Let's
hit.
go legal counsel, and then if we have time, I hope we get to academic
Okay.
testing. I don't know if we will, but I hope we do. So the legal counsel RFP issue has come up over and over again. We've been dancing around this for about a year. There were recommendations made over a year ago that we put out for RFP. The contract with our current legal counsel comes up in March, where we either make a decision to continue with our current counsel or to go out for RFP. So it's timely now that we start making some decisions about how to move forward. We've had this conversation a number of times. We've also had the conversation, and there was a report, and I can't now find it. And I asked, Nancy tried to look for it as well, but there was a report also from 2015 from Escambia County about the benefits of internal and external counsel. I've searched, Nancy has searched, we can't find this report right now, or I would have brought it forward to you. But I think we need to make a decision, and we need to make a decision sooner or later. Whatever it is that we decide to do moving forward, the first step is we have to go out for an RFP, and we've been putting that off for a really long time. So giving the timing coming up, I'd like for us as a board to make some decisions about how to direct staff, about RFP, RFQ, all of these things that we've discussed now. I think this is the third time since I've been on the board we've had this conversation.
Or are you also referring to a request for letters of interest?
Well,
all in
that's the
same.
question.
Okay.
We've sort of danced around RFP, RFQ, letters of interest, internal counsel, external counsel, how we want to move forward, for what purposes, and I think we need to make a decision, and we need to do it, and we need to do it early this quarter, because otherwise we default to the status quo, and, Suzanne knows this is not personal. But we've been defaulting to the status quo for a long time, and I think we need to be more proactive about that. So I'm interested in hearing from the board what we want to do moving forward, what consensus there is, and how we might request of Dr. Moore to direct staff.
Okay. Mrs.
That's the short
Justice?
version.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for bringing this forward, Dr. Schiff. I am fine to go out, for my personal opinion, fine to go out for RFP for all of the other legal services that we get, real estate, whatever, all of those different areas. I have some questions regarding some of our insurance coverage and some of the things that we've been dealing with, and I'm going to address those with Dr. Moore in the future. But as far as our primary legal counsel, I'm not comfortable with the RFP process. I've outlined many times why that is. A request for letters of interest or some type of RFQ, I have no issue with. I think it's important. I think with all services that we have, we should be evaluating them. We should be making sure that we're getting the best service for the dollars that we spend. We've discussed many times, sometimes there are reasons to work with a certain firm because they have an expertise in an area. So, as far as going out for letters, requests for interest, I'm good with that. Let's go ahead and do that. And I think your issue is timely. RFP, there are two people we hire, the superintendent and the school board attorney, and neither one require us to go through the RFP process. There's a reason for that. I've stated many times what my thinking is behind it. That's where I stand with this.
But there's a sorry.
Go ahead.
But there's a difference between RFP and RFQ. So I'm just curious, can you just refresh our memory as to why you're not comfortable with RFP?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, would you like, I see Mr. Carver's here. Would you like him to explain that?
Sure. No, I'm asking her
Oh, okay,
opinion.
okay.
She
Yeah,
said
I'd love
she's
for,
not.
yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. Jeff Carver, Mr. Carver is in charge of purchasing. He would be the person, a staff member would be the person that would be overseeing the RFP process. So one, you'd have staff overseeing a process that the school board is really responsible for doing the hiring. They'd be collating information. Just in general, they don't do that for the superintendent search for us. We wouldn't have had a staff member organize that for us. So for school board attorney, I feel much the same way. Also, during the RFP process, there's a cone of silence, and Mr. Carver can speak a little bit more to that. That would, at times, hinder us from being able to have conversations with our current legal counsel if they also were putting in a proposal for service. So that also is a concern to me. There may be some other reasons that Mr. Carver can share, but there have been some confusion about why we wouldn't go the RFP process with our current legal counsel, and those were some of the issues that I raised.
Mr. Carver, before you begin.
I just want to, and I do want to hear from Mr. Carver, and I appreciate you raising this. I want to clarify, though, that I slightly misspoke. While I said this has been brought up 3 times and we've kind of danced around it, I want to clarify that we've had, at best, a tumultuous year, and that the reasons for us putting this off had a lot to do with the what I would consider, I will speak for myself, not my fellow board members, the potential chaos of trying to hire 2 superintendents and counsel at the same time, while also not having the guidance of counsel in probably the most significant decisions that this board makes, which is to hire a superintendent. So I was not comfortable doing this while we were in the, I will say, chaos of the last year. Now that we are beyond that, now that we have moved past, we've been through our interim, we have a superintendent in place, we are rapidly approaching stability. Now I feel like we are at a moment when we can confront this issue, and we are not confronted with the, in the same way as we were over the past year, with the daily need for counsel on issues that came to us on a daily basis because of the disarray in the district. So I want to clarify that we didn't not do it because we were ignoring it. We didn't do it because we had so many other things. This is my belief, but there were so many other things that we had to attend to that required stable legal counsel at that moment, and I now think we have moved beyond that, and it is time when our legal counsel's contract comes up for reappointment or reapproval. So now I think is the moment we address this.
And I promise we'll get to you, Mr. Carver. I do recall, I've been, for the last year, it went to the audit committee. The recommendation was to, it was we needed to do our due diligence, and because it hadn't went out for a while, But I do recall that the board at the time had asked the superintendent to also compare in-house legal cost, and there was a gentleman that was going to come in who was an attorney from another district and kind of brief us on what type of costs are involved in that. With Dr. Moore coming in, I would like your opinion, because I get both. Out-of-house legal counsel, or in-house, sorry, I don't.
Outhouse legal
External.
External, out-of-house, not out-of-house.
Not out. Got it.
Out-of-house. What has been your experience, Dr. Moore? Because I hear good with and bad with both.
I come from an organization that doesn't have just one lawyer, but multiple. So this is a completely new environment for me. So to evaluate it 7 days in would probably be not the best practice for me to do.
So can I make a recommendation, Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, sure.
Before we go and belabor request for a letter of interest, I would like to explore the option of the cost and what it would look like for in-house.
Totally agree.
I would like to coordinate. Do you remember the gentleman's name?
I do. Sorry.
From Seminole County?
No, actually, it was Woody Rodriguez from the Orange School Board
Okay.
is the general counsel. He was the general counsel. He has now left the board, the school board offices, and has moved to the Expressway Authority. But he still is in the Central Florida area and would certainly have the experience of creating the first in-house general counsel department for Orange School Board. So he was who you were thinking of having come and talk.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Carver. This is what happens when you sit at a board meeting, right? But the other thing is, I want to be real clear in however we do this, that we're on a time frame now.
Absolutely.
We have to make this decision within the next 2 months. So I want to be clear that however we move forward and however that gets charged and whatever we do to explore our options, that we're very conscious of the timeline that we're in.
Yes, I agree.
And-
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify, my legal services contract is a 30-day notice to terminate. So at any time, 30 days, and it's done.
But don't we renew your contract in March?
Originally, when the contract was first put in place, yes, there was a March deadline, but the rest of that paragraph provides that if the board does not do anything to officially extend or put a time period around it, it just is a 30-day agreement. It just keeps renewing every 30 days.
Without consequence?
Correct. It's just the same contract. It just keeps extending at 30-day intervals. So it's a 30-day notice, and you're done.
Got it. Thank you.
Mrs. Justice, and then we'll get to Mr. Carver.
I will state for the records that I have stated many times that in my experience as a board member, Suzanne's experience as far as state statute and school board law has been very advantageous. So while I am more than willing to go out for requests for interest or letters of interest to see if there are other firms that would like to handle the work and to evaluate what that cost is, I'm also thankful for the school board and state statute expertise. I have found it to be extremely helpful in moments where we've been faced with difficult decisions. To be able to rely on that strong, solid support has been advantageous. And I just want to say thank you to Suzanne for that constant commitment to honesty and accurate information.
Okay, I'll let I'm adding status to you. Mr. Carver, do you want to talk? I have a copy here, and I don't think this was sent out. I think Dr. Moxley gave this to me right before
Is
she
the date August 27th?
Right before she left, she had given me a copy of this. It's something that you and her had been working on, but it was never submitted to the board, and it's the request for letters of interest, general counsel to the school board.
Certainly, I can speak to that. I think it was discussed in the August regular meeting. There was direction for the superintendent to have staff start working on this, come up with some options for sourcing of legal services. And if you recall, we had used this same model for the superintendent search group that we hired, the letter of interest. So it established some criteria for grading, but it was less formal in that you were able to talk about the responses kind of openly and have conversations. So, so I put this document together, and much of the scope of services was stuff that I brought with me from Martin County. I did a RFQ for general counsel legal services a number of years ago. I think I talked about that in one of the workshops. And so I used a lot of that same information in the scope of services. And it came from the job description of the board attorney that was a full-time employee of Martin County at one time when I worked there. They've since gone to outside legal services. So I put this document together, and it's just a draft, and I provided it to Dr. Moxley and just kind of waiting to hear. But it's based on what I would recommend as the procurement director for the board if they're going to engage in some kind of solicitation or competitive bidding, if you will, for legal services for general counsel. If you recall, we did do an RFP at the end of the last school year, and we excluded general counsel to the board. We did the other areas, and the responses were, we only had 3 respondents, and there wasn't anything that came in that was better than what we were getting through Scrimp, so we decided to reject those proposals and move on.
I have a question, and this is going to sound somewhat inflammatory, but I need to say it because I'm a little uncomfortable right now.
Okay.
So I mean it in the most honest sense of asking, are there any other things such as this, and perhaps this is a conversation for another time at the end of our, that Dr. Moxley gave you upon her exit that are pertaining to school board issues that you could share with us?
I asked her for a lot of different things, so I'm sure you did too. And
No, I'm sorry. My understanding was anything that the superintendent gives to a board member goes to all board members. So if you're in receipt of a lot of information from Dr. Moxley.
What you get is, Dr. Moore, whatever you hand out to me, I would expect that you would hand it out to all board members. Is that that's typical expectation, right? So
Great. So are there other documents?
I don't know what you have and what well, I'm answering it. I don't know what you have and what you don't have, so.
Or am I wrong in thinking that the expectation would be that if the superintendent is giving information to one board member, that all board members would receive it, whether that's the interim superintendent or the current superintendent?
So I'll respond to that for a second. The expectation, I agree with the expectation. What I don't know is the context within which that discussion happened and that report. I don't know if that was a draft report that they were working on to prepare to send to board members. I have no idea what the context was.
Right.
So at this point, I'm not going to make assumptions.
Do you have that? No.
I'm not going to make
I did it
assumptions about
August
how that
27th. It
process
was like several
happened.
Maybe
days
just
later
going
that I
forward,
gave
if we
it
could
to
be
Dr.
clear about that, because I'm just a little taken aback right now.
I think that goes, Dr. Moore,
But the content is the same.
you hear the concern here. I don't know what a superintendent, because of sunshine, I'm expecting whatever you give me, that you would also share that with the board, and that's always been my expectation.
Clearly defined structure and process.
But isn't that's typical?
I can't look back. This is August 27th. I've never seen the document. I can tell you that.
It's in our, it's the same thing that Laura has is in our packet. It's included with Dr. Schiff's information, so we do have it.
Right.
We were given
Mrs.
it
Zorch just said
prior.
that Dr. Moxley she requested a lot of information from Dr. Moxley before she left, so I'm just asking if there's anything pertaining to.
Mrs. Justice, I'm not going to hand over everything that my research, unless I'm ready to present it to the board. I'm sorry, I'm not going to live up to what you want me to be, because I don't think that's fair to me as a board member if I'm conducting research and I'm not prepared to present it. Just like you don't present to me every single thing that you ask from district.
It's the same one. It is the same one. The only thing that's different is the following.
I think we're getting off topic here.
not-
What
it's
we
not.
need to talk about
not this.
here,
Referring to.
what we need to talk about here going forward. Do we want to look at in-house, or do we want to go straight to RFP, RFQ, letter of interest?
Okay. The RFP, the RFQ, and the letter of interest, either one that we look at will ultimately determine whether we want to go into, continue with same legal counsel or move in a different route. Am I correct on that?
May I address the board on that,
Please.
with that question?
Yeah.
So the only way, if you release a formalized solicitation, the only way that you would continue with your current counsel is if they submit a bid for it.
Okay, so can you just once more, just clarify for us once more, because I know you've done this before, but just clarify again, the difference between RFP, RFQ, I know letter of interest, but if you want to, for the record, do those three so that we can understand those avenues or whatever the process is. And then what I'd like to follow up with that is this cone of silence, please.
Okay, so the delivery model is, that's what's distinct about the RFP versus the RFQ versus the letter of interest. So an RFQ, a request for qualifications, it is the exact same as an RFP, except you're not using the cost proposal as part of the grading criteria. And what it does, it gives you the ability to conduct negotiations after you select the firm that you're going to use. An RFP, it specifically assigns a point distribution in the evaluation process, a minimum of 30 points, to the decision, okay? Now, a letter of interest, it's less formal in that you can have as much criteria as you want, but it's not governed, it's not a delivery model that's governed in any statutes or any rules or policies. So it's basically like when you were sourcing for the superintendent search firms, it give you the ability to, I was the repository for receiving the proposals, and then they were distributed to you by the superintendent, the interim superintendent, and then you were able to have open discussions about the contents, and there wasn't any rules that kind of governed how you had cone of silence or anything like that. So, and that's where the cone of silence comes in. If you put a formal bid number on it for an RFQ or an RFP, then the cone of silence comes into play. Now, with that, the cone of silence is governed in policy, and what it basically is there for is to make sure that the people who are going to be responding to your bid requests aren't contacting board members or certain staff. There's only a single repository for any information that's coming in question-wise or that's going out for responses to questions.
So with the letters of interest, are we able to identify what we want to come in? So for example, do we want a letter of interest and a CV, a letter of interest and, it's not going to work for the, resume, a letter of interest and something else. Are we able to include some other documents that we would like to come in along with the letter of interest if we were to choose that route?
Yeah, absolutely. So I prepared a draft for Dr. Moxley, and it's just a basic general draft. And when I submitted that to her, my thought was that it would go out and then there would be feedback and, well, we like this, but we want to include this. So it's really just a draft. With the letter of interest, you can make it kind of how you need it to be for you can customize it for your organizational needs. I based my draft on the request for qualifications that I used a number of years ago when I worked in Martin County and we sourced for general counsel. So I used a lot of the same information, but it can certainly be edited and you can exclude things or you can include things that are not there.
And is this something that, again, forgive my ignorance, but is this let's say we were to go with a letter of interest or an RFP or RFQ or whatever it is that we choose, is this something that we posted on our website as well like we did with superintendent, seeking superintendent, or, letters, if you're interested, please apply here, or, if you're interested, click on this link and submit your letter of interest or something. Is that something that happens that way?
Well, I followed for the advertising, I followed the same model that I use for all the district solicitations. Now, what I would do for legal services is I'd run an ad in the paper for 3 weeks, 3 consecutive weeks. And the first time I did it in Martin County, I didn't get a lot of response. So the second time I put it out, I sent it to the Florida Bar, and they put it on their website as well. I wouldn't use Demand Star, which is for a letter of interest, which is what I use for other bids, only because I'm not putting a bid control number on it. You have to have that piece in order to put it on Demand Star. But we would put it on our purchasing website as a bidding opportunity
Okay.
with the other bids.
So my last, because I still had 2
Last line.
follow-up
It's
with
her
that.
last-
Yes, I know, but I didn't talk about the cone of silence. So if
But
I may.
I'm sorry, are we to our 2 minutes for Dr. Schiff to wrap up?
Yes, it was the 5-minute.
Okay, so this is her topic, she has to wrap this up.
I don't want to wrap it up, I want to keep going.
Okay.
Okay.
But no,
Okay.
but that
Because
doesn't mean I
it'll
don't have
help.
something to say. Because what I want to clarify is that, what I think I heard you say was that the RFP requires us to choose the lowest bidder. Is that, or assigns us certain points based on cost, which then influence the overall score that the person gets. And as part of that process, then do you have to choose then the one with whatever the criteria for the score is? So is that right?
So there would be a portion of the evaluation criteria, at least 30% would be based on cost. And that could, if you're going to select the highest scoring firm, then that would certainly, the cost factor would certainly play into that.
But we have the freedom to say, while the lowest cost option we don't think is the best qualified, we have freedom then to do that, correct?
Your highest scoring firm may not be the lowest cost. Does that help you?
No. Because the highest, what I don't want to do is have to choose, is be roped into a process that says you have to choose the option of lowest cost, and thereby not give equal or higher weight to the expertise, as this is a particularly specialized position. And I don't want any lawyer, I want a lawyer who has expertise in school board policy, and school board law and all of that. So that's what I don't want to get into a trap about.
So if you're, when you get all done evaluating, if your highest scoring firm is not the one that you think's the most qualified, if you don't pick that highest scoring firm and you've already engaged in the process, you do run the risk of that highest scoring firm protesting it, which could be
And
problematic.
is a way, do I have license to keep going for a minute or no?
Go ahead.
Is, with an RFQ, does the same thing hold?
No, ma'am, because you're not using cost as a determining factor. You're not going to talk about the cost until after you've determined who your top scoring firms are, and then you're going to begin the competitive negotiation process.
However, with that, we cannot talk about it, although with a letter of interest, we can talk about it, and
Yes,
that's the
ma'am.
fundamental difference.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
The letter of interest is the most flexible.
Yeah.
Without binding us to the submissions.
I just want to clarify this cone of silence. Mrs. DiAgresta and I talked about this very briefly quite a while ago. The cone of silence just prohibits us from talking with Mrs. DiAgresta about the process of the RFP or the RFQ. It does not preclude, it does not minimize our communication with her in terms of our work.
Of course not.
Our work, well, I just want that to be clear, because we're talking about cone of silence as if we're not, initially, I thought we weren't allowed to talk to her at all. But that's not the case. So I just want to be clear for anybody who doesn't
She's still
understand.
our
It's
retained
just
attorney.
Yeah, exactly. So but I didn't know that originally. And so I just want to be
That would
clear.
leave us attorneyless.
Because as we're talking about that, even if we did the RFQ, we can still have working relationship and work accordingly. We just
Until we
cannot
say
discuss any
we are no
of
longer
this,
interested.
you know, with Mrs. Diagresta, but that's really what I really wanted to clarify. And I'm not okay with the RFP. I would be okay with the RFQ, but I think I'm leaning more towards the letter of interest. My last comment is, I believe and I agree with Mrs. Justice that Mrs. Diagresta has been a wealth of knowledge. She has been extremely helpful, and she continues to be, because that's her craft, that is her job, that is her responsibility. That said, we have been elected to be the voice of the people. We have been elected to be the voice of taxpayers. We have been elected to be the voice of our constituents. So this is really not about us. This is about doing the right thing and being good stewards. And I think to be a good steward, it's time for us to move forward with this process. And the best thing is, at the end of the day, we can turn around and say, the best qualified is who we have. And you know, and then we have only to say that we've responsibly went through the process, and here we end.
We need guidance here, because are we going to ask for a letter or a request, or do we want of interest, or are we going to ask to compare in-house? What do we want to do?
Are the two mutually exclusive, though?
No, I don't think so.
We could be exploring the possibilities of in-house. We can request a letter of interest. If we decide that we're not interested in external counsel and we want to go with internal, then we have to have a job description and post a job and all of that. But the two things could happen simultaneously.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm hearing letter of interest. Can you send out that draft?
For both.
Once you provide me with clear direction, I will do exactly.
No, that's,
as you
I'm
asked.
asking.
Send out a letter of interest? Yes.
Okay.
Just for clarification, do you want a draft copy so that you can review it and make sure it includes the criteria? Okay.
Yes.
And I just want clarification. All board members get access to a public records request, and at any time you can request a copy of what's being requested, so that, I just want you to know
Though to
that.
that, though, if we don't know it's been requested and we don't know that it's been made up, I wouldn't know to ask for it. So
It's on the public, on the requests that individuals make in the community for public records. We get that log every single Friday, I believe, and it's very specific of what individuals are asking for.
Of course.
And at that time, if there's something that you might see that you'd be interested in taking a look at,
Right, but that's different than that document.
it was through public records request. and
It's
it
in the
brought-
packet.
So,
It's in your packet.
Well, it's different. That one is a year later than the one in the packet. They may be the same, but
Mm-hmm.
Can I make one point?
yes.
We don't know what we don't know.
Right.
And you don't know what you don't know. In other words, you might have been given something that you don't know we didn't get.
Right.
So in response to that, I don't know if she knew or not. So.
And I was just saying, that's why I said it's not meant to be inflammatory. What the statement was, if you're the chair of the school board or the county commission, and an interim superintendent or a current superintendent gives you a document, my expectation is that as a chair, you would say, have all board members been provided this document?
I'm just gonna ask-
then you would make sure it happened. But
Just-
you don't know that we don't have X,
Okay,
Y, Z.
so all of us need to ask, does everybody have this?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on from that. And then I agree that it's time that we need to review this. It's the question is how? And I think pursuing both in-house and everything, we might come out with, we are lucky to have Suzanne.
we may. Like, I have no idea what the outcome of this is, but the fact is, it's been a number of years since we've even had the
Right.
question and gone out to the community, and it's incumbent on us to do that.
And I think
That's
having
the
the
whole
fact
point.
that we had a committee request that we look into this, and it's been a year now.
So just to be clear, because I think I just heard something different in looking at a cost out for in-house versus just a draft of a letter of intent.
Both things. We're asking for both.
Well, that's not what we had originally talked about was having Mr., what was his name?
Woody Rodriguez,
Rodriguez,
former general counsel. for
come
Millage.
over and talk about the benefits of in-house.
Right. May I speak to this quickly?
That's different than what we're asking for, though.
So when we're evaluating cost, we've discussed cost a little bit. there are many indications that in-house counsel could be less expensive or more expensive. There are different things that can happen. Or comparing ourselves to Orange County or Miami with a team of lawyers is very different than just Indian River County, where we outsource some of our legal services, but we have counsel that we use. So it's not apples to apples. My concern would be an in-house and evaluation just of cost. Sure, let's see what it costs, but then I also think you have to recognize that finding that type of specialized, I've done a little research about this, and I'll just speak from my own research, finding that type of specialized understanding of state statute and school board law in an in-house counsel, someone that would be willing to work as a paid employee of the school district. Number one, do we have enough full-time work for one individual to be working here? That's a question. I don't know the answer to that right now, but perhaps the superintendent will look into that. But I would like in-house to not just be evaluated based on cost, but also on all of the other qualifications that are necessary. And I think what I've heard today is general consensus that we as a school board, this group, enjoys working with an attorney that has a large amount of school board knowledge and state statute knowledge. Someone that perhaps we wouldn't hire a real estate lawyer to handle our school board, right, local. We wouldn't find, there are no local firms that do school board
Obviously
law.
not, right.
So, I just want to move forward with that understanding. Do we have that understanding that we as a group want someone who is well-versed and has experience in school board law and state statute?
Absolutely. I don't think we would hire
course we
anybody
would.
other, but
I'm
there's
I'm
other.
not saying that we would, I'm just talking about it. I think it's important
That's exactly
to
what
mention.
we're talking about.
And
There are many
can I
people
make a
who are
point
Not
here?
lose time, yeah. Going down the rabbit
You know,
hole.
I don't like to be compared to Miami-Dade and St. Lucie County. I look at Vero Beach, the little city council of Vero Beach has their own in-house, and county has their own in-house. So you do not have to be a large district to have the benefits of an in-house. But what I am saying is that we have not even explored this option yet. Yes, Mr. Superintendent, we were interested in the request for letters of interest. In addition, we'll explore the options of what it would look like for in-house. I don't think we need to cost it out because we got to see if it's a benefit yet. Correct?
I
Well,
think
but
we
part of the
should
cost.
still cost it
the
out. We
cost
need
is
to cost it
relevant
out.
To the costs and benefits.
Because we're going to wind up coming back and saying, well, how much is this going to cost us? We're going to waste more time and then send him out to go get the cost later. Do it all at one shot.
I
Get
think
the
that's part of the
benefits and the
decision about
cost.
in-house and
Absolutely.
external.
All right.
Fundamentally is about the cost.
All right.
I just don't want to see a letter. I want to see more than just a letter. I want to see a packet of information if that's indeed what someone is going to send us. Does that make sense?
No.
I just don't
No,
want to
that
see a
doesn't make
letter from
sense.
XYZ organization that this
So
lawyer
a-
is interested. How am I going to make my
Bring
decision
back
then?
to the board, and this is what I'm trying to gain consensus around, a draft copy of the letter of interest. That's relatively straightforward. That is a document that's draft, in which I can receive your feedback on, as well as costing out, which is not just a piece of paper, cost out the suggested or proposed cost for in-house, as well as the benefits between the two. The pros and the cons.
And if there are things that an in-house counsel might do in addition to the school board
Right.
work, what might be some of those things, and figuring that into the costs and benefits of other legal services that might also be provided for the district and that person.
And I think in doing that research, I can probably provide additional insight regarding the volume of work versus.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
When I'm more down the road.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
all right. Let's move on to our, you want to take a break?
Or I'll just go break myself.
Okay, let's take, Mr. Carver, thank you. Thank you for being here.
I'll be back.
Let's take 6 minutes.
Break myself.
We'll take 6 minutes. We'll be back at 2:20.
What item are we coming
Call this discussion session back to order. It's 2:24, and we had new agenda item add-on, and it was referring to, I guess, legal counsel, and Mrs. Rosario had that. So I'm going to allow you to go ahead since we just completed that one.
Yes, I did not plan to discuss this, and we might not even have a discussion because it tags on to what Dr. Schiff was just brought forth to us with legal counsel. I was reminded when I saw this on the agenda that some time ago I saw in my room, you know, when we get into our office, when we sift through all of the old binders that were there, I found some information on the school board attorney evaluation, but I didn't remember where it was literally until minutes before our meeting, and I had been looking for it for a long time, especially when I saw this come up on our agenda again, and then minutes before, and that's why I did not add it on or anything like that. And so we probably may not even need to have a full-on discussion because you all need to read through. But essentially, and I'm sorry that I only made 6 copies because literally it was just a few minutes before. What I found in my office, you'll see, is just, and Nancy, I'll give you my copy to have as official documents, of course. This was in a binder, and Mrs. Simchek, who was the prior school board member in District 2, had this in the office. Apparently, there is an attorney evaluation tool that was discussed at some point. Mrs. Judy Stang, who was the previous board executive assistant, let me know that there were some emails that she was sending out at some point because the current board at the time asked her to look into whether other districts had an evaluation tool for the attorney, and then according to Mrs. Stang, it kind of didn't go anywhere. So I think these were a collection of some of that information. This is what I can gather, and some of the emails that went out. Brevard County has responded to Mrs. Stang's email on some of their evaluation tools, and you can see some of these dates are quite old. This email goes back to 2016, but there are some evaluative tools that Brevard used in here for their attorney. And then if you keep going on, Flagler County and what they included as their attorney evaluation is included as well. Martin County, Highlands is in here. So there's quite a few districts that responded. In follow-up to what Dr. Schiff has brought forward, even Osceola, in follow-up to what Dr. Schiff has brought forward, what I thought was we could review this, and I think that it is, whether we go forth with an RFP, an RFQ, or the letter, either way, whether we remain with Mrs. D'Agresta or we don't, and we go to, I think that we ought to have a effective tool for our attorney. Yeah. Why not, right? And so if, maybe this is why you all need to look through the packets and do your own research, and maybe we can bring this back at another day for further discussion on the details of what that would look like, and maybe we can engage Mrs. D'Agresta individually on what that would look like and so on and so forth. But critically, I had been thinking about this also for a while, so I think if we're going to move forward, this might be a really good time to kind of piggyback off of the two. We also, at some point, have to discuss Dr. Moore's evaluation, but I know that that's going to be coming forth. And so, anyway, I just wanted to give this all to you because it works perfectly with what we're discussing.
I didn't see who had their hand up first.
Sherry can go first.
Oh, okay. I just noticed, like, on page 1 is exactly what we were just referring to and talking about. So this is obviously something that's been discussed before in our
Flagler.
district.
That's for Flagler.
No, that was Judy Stang asking, I know, but she was asking those questions.
Yeah.
My point is,
Gotcha.
this has already come up before here. So I'd like the opportunity to read through it. I have no problem with somebody having an evaluation, seeing that we all are evaluated with votes and with everything else. But I really would like to be able to really dive into this.
Mrs. Zork and I were on the board when there was a discussion about an evaluation for the school board, and we were pretty new board members. And when you're a new board member, you're getting your feet wet and you're learning a lot of different things. They wanted to, we discussed an evaluation. I see no reason why we wouldn't be evaluating the school board attorney representation every year. I think we should. So I appreciate you bringing this forward. This seems to be an issue. A community member just reminded me that that the community is very concerned that we pay too much for our attorneys' fees, and it is a high cost to us, so it does need to be evaluated. I hope I've been clear in my statement that I do believe that every year we should be evaluating the services we receive from our attorney, whether or not that they are up to our expectations, and then also an evaluation of cost, Mrs. Zork, and making sure that we're receiving the best service for the money that we receive. So if somehow my words have been taken in a way that somehow don't seem that I support an evaluation of our school board attorney or of the services or of the cost of those services, let me be clear and say I in fact do support that type of action by the school board. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have something you would like to say?
I do not.
Okay. Jackie, I think this is timely, but I do think that we have so many things going on right now with sending out the letter that we're asking the superintendent to send out, and then also evaluating in-house and out-of-house. I think this would be step to all that.
Well, in being able to evaluate the job that our school board attorney is currently doing, would it be prudent to do an evaluation?
Without question. We still have an attorney working.
Well,
Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. We still need an evaluation.
My preference is if there's a change in direction coming in March or whenever, I think that we're just spinning our wheels and not getting anywhere. I think that's something we should do after we make that decision.
Maybe I could suggest a middle ground. Again, I don't think all of these are mutually exclusive. I think it's hard to talk about this until we've had a chance to read it. So I don't want to comment on this and its merit or lack thereof until I've actually had a chance to look at it. I do think, however, that there is merit to designing an attorney evaluation form and moving forward with that, because we can't decide what we want until we have a better grip on what we have, right? And so understanding what we have and having an evaluation for that we do independently gives us some sense of where we are, where we're satisfied, or where we may want to make a change that may help us actually make the decision moving forward. But I don't think we're anywhere near equipped to do that right now.
Why don't I hand this over to Nancy? Why don't we all read through the packets and do our research, and we can bring this back at a later date discussion session?
Yeah. Sure.
And then we can take it from there.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. And
Thank you
I
for
would
bringing
like
it
to get
forward.
this electronically, too,
Yeah,
because
I'm going
I'll
to give this
lose the paper.
I'm sure she can scan it.
I won't lose it, electronically, I always know where to find
I
everything.
mean, I went through the office I have. I didn't see anything about this, so I don't know if
Oh.
this was shared or if it was just one.
Mrs.
Could have
Simchuk
been what stayed in your office and what
left a lot of
I
files
found
in
stuff from
hers.
1980s. but-
Yep.
And I think that goes back to whatever, board members were researching and important to them at the time they maintained, so.
True. I don't know, I can't remember everything I looked at.
I hadn't, my
Okay.
office
This
was
looks
blank,
new to me.
so.
Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna move over into, I know Mrs. Berenborg has been working diligently on keeping up to date, and it's a large task.
It's monumental.
The legislative
Yes.
items that, this week was first session, correct?
Yes.
So, you want to go ahead?
Sure. So I've learned a lot recently about how to track bills and what bills to look at and what bills not to, even though I have taken school law and had intensive understanding of school law for a whole semester. I have no idea, after doing that part of it, that this part of it was so different. So I thought I'd give you maybe a little bit of Tracking Bills 101, just to give you a little update on to what I've learned. Some of this might be old to you, some of this might be new, but I just thought I'd share it because I learned some things that were kind of aha moments for me. I started to put together a legislative update for us because we don't have a lobbyist that we use directly for our school board. And I'm used to having a lobbyist that I've talked to in St. Lucie, but I will say this, I'm learning that it's interesting to dive through it yourself. However, there are over 230 bills already just on education. That doesn't include health and stuff on vaping and things like that that we should be looking at. So I started to do this and I went, oh my gosh, this is an overwhelming task. And then I thought, all right, how can I pare it down? So I did call a certain legislative aide and have a conversation with that legislative aide yesterday about how I can kind of narrow this down for us. So here's what I learned. Most bills go through 3 committees. Some bills don't, but that's very rare. Several thousand are filed each year, and only a couple hundred make it through both chambers and then onto the governor's desk. So that's important to know because you can look at a bill and go, oh my goodness, you know, like the languages bill or whatever, but don't freak out until a certain time, and I'll tell you when that time is. You have appropriation bills that get referred to committees, and general bills may or may not. There's no reoccurring funding anymore. So there are many appropriation bills that are submitted, and that's because in the past, they used to just have to be submitted, they were voted on, and they recurred every year. For example, let's look at 3767. So I gave you a paper with some of them I had started. These are the most recent ones that were filed, along with some others that I thought were interesting to talk about. But if you look at House Bill 3767, it's at the top of, I think, the 3rd page on the back, it says school resource officer funding. There are no related bills to this one because this is a bill that has come up before, and because it's appropriations bill, it doesn't automatically roll over because it came into effect after 2017 session. In the 2017 session under Corcoran, he decided that they needed to look at these every year and not just assume that we're going to spend the money in a certain direction every year, and I think that's good that we're doing that. So some are grandfathered already before this year, and some aren't. Just keep that in mind. So there are hundreds to look through because of the appropriations change. Senators have no limits on the number of bills they can submit, but representatives can submit 6 general bills and no limit on local bills or repeals. A repeal is that they strike language from current statute. Adding one word to current statute creates a new bill. Okay? So there are 3 education subcommittees that bills go through. They can go through innovations, appropriations, or higher ed and career readiness. But we may be interested in health bills such as those concerning vaping. So we'd have to look at the health committees too. I started looking at that and I went, oh my goodness. So that's when I made my phone call. And a bill has a better chance if it has a related bill in the other chamber. So that's one thing to consider. So I started looking at related bills, and I'll show you what that means. So if you look at the readout that I gave you, let's look at House Bill 1013 that was submitted by Representative Grahl, who's our representative. You'll notice that the very first statement says related to Senate Bill 1616. It's similar. So similar means that the two, and I want to just speak exactly how it's been told to me. Similar means that there are small differences in those 2 bills. Identical you'll see also, and that means they're exactly identical. That means either a representative or a senator submitted it, and the other person in the other chamber just went ahead and submitted the same exact bill with no changes. So similar small differences. Compare means they're related in some way, but they could be very different, okay? So that you know those particular things. So you'll see in her bill, it's related to Senate Bill 1616 with Senator Harrell. It's also related to Senate Bill 1618. It's similar. and then there's a compare bill as well. Okay, so that's interesting. That bill last year went all the way through, and it died in messages, and I'm going to explain what that means in a second. So a bill must go, let's see. So therefore, representatives and senators need to work together to get their bills heard. They speak to the committee chairs as they determine if bills get heard. However, leadership can ask that certain bills get heard. So in other words, the chair of a committee can decide whether or not a bill is heard or not. If they don't hear the bill dies. Okay? So it must go through the committees that the leadership has determined it must go through. So a bill must go through all of the referred committees to get to the floor, and it can be killed by any subcommittee. If you see CS and HB next to one, so I have one on here, I put in that CH and SB. You'll see that show up. What that means is it already went through a subcommittee, and the subcommittee said, yes, we're going to vote on that to favorably and send it through. However, we're going to make an amendment to that bill. So that means that the committee made a substitute. It's called committee substitute when you see CS. And then they put HB as in who the House bill was submitted by originally. So it's been amended through a subcommittee, it becomes part of the bill, and then it moves on. That happens frequently, where it'll be discussed in a subcommittee. I went last year and listened to innovations for a whole day, and I heard a lot of that they added something or wanted to change language somehow. So died in messages means that one chamber passed the bill, it went all the way through to the floor. It went through, last year, that bill that I talked about went through three subcommittees, went to the floor, voted favorably in the House, and then the Senate didn't take it up. So that's called died in messages. However, that bill can come back the next year, but it has to start at ground zero again, okay? Sometimes that bill has to go through another 3 committees and start all over again. Sometimes it only goes through 1 committee. This year it's only going through 1 committee. So that's interesting. That was something new I learned. You got to pay attention to both chamber bills because of that reason, died in messages. Bills can be resubmitted the following year, but start at ground zero. After the 2nd and 3rd week of session, this is the key. So we need to wait until the 2nd or the 3rd week of session. I'm going to hold my horses, okay? And then we'll start paying attention to the bills that have moved through committees. Those are the ones that I will start tracking and bringing up and giving you some updates on. Okay, not that you can already, because I'm going to talk about that. So like I said, there are over 230 bills. There were 2 more done minutes before I came to the meeting today. That's why I said I couldn't submit this before, because it's ever-changing, especially in the first 2 weeks. Subcommittees meet in the fall, and then they meet again in the first 2 weeks of session, and then after that, they might not meet again, because they've already determined which bills they're going to hear and go through. The 2 that came in right before we came here, one was courses of study for elementary schools students on health and financial literacy. So I think that's interesting in elementary. And then dyslexia bill on intensive remediation. So there are some interesting bills out there. There's some others that I kind of went, huh? Because they're local bills like She Academy and things like that. I could be sitting there researching for hours, but I decided, no, we're not going to do that. So after the 2nd or 3rd week, then I'll start looking at which bills have gone through the subcommittees, at least 2, and then we know those are bills that might make it to the floors. They might die in messages, but at least they're going to go to the floor, so it'll be interesting. The couple that I put on here, some of them are, these were all kind of recent, so that's why I started with those. But like, what I did is I gave you if there's a related bill or not. If there's not a related bill, there's a good chance it will die and never see a committee. Usually they might get, especially if they're Senate bills, they always get assigned to a committee, but a representative's bill may not. But if you look at the very first one, 523, see I put no related bills. I told you what it's about. It's a mastery-based education pilot program. Whenever you see a pilot program, it might be a local bill, but it's added to pre-K to 12 innovation subcommittee. That means it's added to the subcommittee. It doesn't mean whether it'll get on their agenda, but on that one it says agenda. So that means it's on their agenda to talk about, and then we can go in and look and see how they voted. So then I can see whether or not it made it through that subcommittee or not, okay? The other thing I wanted to point out, a couple of things, is like if you look at 1202, I added this to a couple of them. You'll see it filed on Thursday, January 9th. So that one's a recent file that may or may not go to committee. So you'll see that at least you see when the file date was. Some of them were filed like last July. I think Representative Grawls was last July.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So Harold submitted 1616, and then they pulled that back, and he submitted 1688. Can you talk about that a little bit, what the change, because I didn't see a lot of,
And as a matter of fact, I don't know the exact changes in it because I was hurrying to try to get all this information to the board without going through that specific bill.
because I've been watching that, and I'm
yes.
just curious to see what happens with that. So, I mean, just,
I did have a conversation with somebody about that, and I
Yeah.
did find out that there are some, once it goes through, and it looks like a bill that leadership really wants to see go through, if it's presented by a House member, then the senator might say, you know, I might want to tweak this a little for my side of it. And so that's kind of, you start to see some tweaking going on. If you look at, let's see, there was another one that I wanted to bring up. It was on, HB 7011. The reason why I'm bringing this one up is because I noticed that this was discussed in a subcommittee. What? Yeah. It was discussed in a subcommittee for a long time yesterday or today. It was on the agenda for one of the, either today or yesterday. So this is being discussed in appropriations. It was discussed on Monday, December 16th, but it's coming up again to discuss in another committee. So this one's moving through pretty quickly. But it's interesting because this is something I brought up last spring, if you recall, about that we need to kind of get on this a little bit more. It was something of a concern I brought up about CPR, about training for our coaches, things like that. So I'm kind of glad to see that there's some statute that's moving along, or a bill that's moving along that's kind of in the same line. So that's one I'm going to be really following and watching. And then if you look at SB 1616, that's the one I was early learning and early grade success by Harold. That's Senator Grawl formed that bill. It went through last year, died in messages. Now Harold's picking it up and adjusting it, and maybe through Senate it won't die in messages.
And
So we'll
that
see.
one's related to one of our priorities.
Yes, it is.
absolutely.
That's why I'm looking at our
Right.
priorities
So-
too.
And that's my question. How many bills, so here's one that I'm seeing. I know Mayfield has another bill.
The vaping bill.
Toledo. Are they mirroring those languages together yet, or?
Yeah, I haven't really studied those. That's my next thing to do is the next time I come and present this, which I said will be after the second or third week, whenever we have our next workshop, I'll put it on the agenda again to just bring up our priorities, looking at those related bills, and then looking at the bills that are moving.
So may I ask a question, Mrs. Barrymore? So knowing that, Mrs. Zork is absolutely right, knowing that that's one of our priorities, right? We recognize the fact that in order for children to be ready for kindergarten and be successful in our school classrooms, we need to make sure that they're getting a high-quality preschool education when possible. Always, hopefully, they're receiving a very high quality and they're in school. So Representative Grawl has done a lot of work in this area, and it's a passion of hers. How do we support that, considering the fact that it's our local representative and we're school board members? What can we do right now, and then what happens in 2 or 3 weeks, like just to get an idea of how we can advocate?
Sure. As a matter of fact, something that I attended recently was the Treasure Coast Council of Local Governments meeting, and I sat next to Martin County's chair, and she happens to be the, I'm not sure what, is it director of the ELC, which also is over our Early Learning Coalition. And I specifically asked her after the meeting about how we're looking at our centers that supply our kids with the knowledge that they need to be ready for kindergarten. And I wanted to know, where are we with the reports? They are recently in her hands. And I've asked, could she please bring that forward so that either I can bring them to our meeting, we can look at them, or you all can look at them yourselves. I just think that that's, or we have Brooke Flood come and present that.
That'd be awesome.
I think that's information that we need to have both of that. We need to be looking at where are bills moving that are along our priorities, but also what are we doing locally that we shouldn't be doing or we should be doing to improve school readiness. So that's one particular area. It's a huge passion of mine. That's why I've already made phone calls to her. Then I met her in person, and I asked, and I stopped into the ELC recently in December, And I just said, you know, where are we, what's happening? And I just wanted to get a feel for that. I will say that I've heard some grumbling about what's happening, and I wanted to make sure for myself, I could hear all sides of it before just taking one side.
Terry, one thing, before I handed the torch over to you, and I'm so happy that you're doing this, I can't tell you, it's a lot of work, and I appreciate all the time you've spent putting this together. And I'm going to say thank you ahead of time for all the work that you're going to do here shortly. But sitting through the Florida School Board Association, whenever they were narrowing down their top 5 priorities, I believe we have 3 that mirror what they have. So I'm curious of what are they doing, and can we partner up with them to be a louder advocate group on this?
I do know that that was something that Marcia, is it Brown, I think, who's the chairman of Martin County, who I told you was also the ELC director. She brought up in the intergovernmental meeting that I attended that, you know, what FSBA is when they're proposing and what they're proposing and everything, and when it's going to the floor. And I've asked whether or not that would be something that, should I attend when that's happening? Because I do want to go up to Tallahassee once or twice. I want to find out where we are, but I want to go up with a purpose, not just go.
Right.
Because last time I went and I sat and I had time with Representative Grahl, and I had a little bit of time with Senator Mayfield. This time I want to sit as our liaison with both of those people, with our agenda and with the bills that we're interested in, and with your input of, you know, what is it we want to be able to say to them? And I'm not sure if you want me to say it on your behalf or as a citizen. What can I say that can help them understand how important those issues are to us?
I think we've selected you as our legislative liaison. I trust that you understand the needs of the board. I would hope that you would go up there as the representative.
Oh, sure.
Indian
I just
River
don't want to
County
speak on
School
your
Board.
behalf if that's
Right.
not what you want.
Right.
Okay. So last year I was learning about it. This year I know a lot more about how to go in with a passion and a purpose and a direction. And I think that it means more when you do that than if you go up and just say, hey, you know, I'm really interested in these bills, blah, blah, blah. No. Hey, I know this bill's already going through this committee, and this committee is going to hit the floor. This is how we feel about this.
Thank you so much.
Sure. I actually have enjoyed learning
I
about
can
it.
tell. You're very excited.
Maybe I'll be a
and that's what we
lobbyist.
need.
So any interest, you have priorities, but I think you call them priorities. That they're not captured within an approved item to define what your legislative priorities are. And that gives you the authority to speak on behalf of
We
the
have a
board.
platform, and that's where I would speak from, that platform, and stay on the platform.
No reason that it can't be just a platform, but a item that lets everyone in the community know, as a board, these are the things that are our legislative priorities, and that we are fighting for you as your representatives regarding shifting, modifying, defeating, whatever the case may be, associated to these legislative priorities. And it gives a sense of confidence to the individuals in the community that this board understands what these shifts in law will be and the impact that it will have on our children. And in some cases, it is more awareness than anything. It is rallying, as you said, I think early childhood, the individual leading that work, it is local, and that is a priority for this entire county. That's an opportunity to say, this is the work that we're doing. And then as things begin to progress or move along, there are opportunities to say, if this, you know, class size, whatever the case may be, this is the impact, the negative impact that it will have on us as a community. And the reality is, that's proactive work that we should be doing, so everyone knows when there is a change in practice, it's as a result of a change or shift in law. And as a system and as a district, we're required to fall in compliance. And sometimes it may be viewed as, why did the Indian River School Board do this? When the reality is, well, we're telling everyone up front, A, we're fighting for it, this is our priority, it's incorporated into our webpage, it's incorporated in opportunities when we all speak. So that may be something to consider.
I think that's such a good point. It's really interesting. I attended a SAC meeting, and some of the parents had questions regarding some of the safety changes that had happened. And they were unaware of the fact that state statute had really dictated what those changes were on that campus. So it's a really good point. And once it was explained that, 7026, that the statute, that there was state statute that spoke to certain movements around a campus and those things,
Single point
the
of
understanding,
entry.
the understanding was there. So that's a really good point. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
And I think after it all wraps up, that's what we need to focus on, is having that transparency on camera, saying, these are the changes that we've seen happening and that are going to affect us, and here's how we're going to move forward.
We're
as
gonna have
best
to
we can
adapt,
share.
yeah.
Yeah, so I have a wrap up? Okay, so if you'll notice HB 1223, that's instructional personnel and educational supports employee salaries. Pay attention to that one, okay? Because that's why they had Red for Ed and all that. Whether or not that's how it's going to look when it's at the end, that will be very interesting to see.
Second page, second one, second page.
It's 1223, HB 1223. It has a related bill on the Senate side of 106. I don't know if I put that one on here.
You didn't, but that's okay.
Okay. So there are ones that are hot tickets, like that's the governor is the one that, came down when he came to Vero Beach High School and announced that. That's going in that direction, but whether or not it finishes in that direction, I'm sure it won't happen that way because that's not how they work. But it's a very interesting procedure to watch and go through as I learn more and more about how it all works out with leadership and what they want and how it works.
Absolutely. I was following that where Galvano has put a little twist in there. He wants to neutralize it across the board where the districts have more say on what we do with the money. And I thought, what a unique idea.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if he's on the subcommittee that listens to it, whether or not that gets changed from the subcommittee. So remember, it has to go through a couple of subcommittees, and if the subcommittee decides to change the language, it can go to the floor and the language change again. So
Yeah.
it'll be, that's why I say that's one to watch, obviously, because that's the forefront
Absolutely.
for teacher pay increase and employee pay increase. So I will come back and give you an update in a couple weeks as to where we are with watching bills.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we have, before we get to yours, Dr. Schiff has one other item, academic testing. I had put my items on here back in, mid-December or so.
And I did not put an item because one of your items was actually an item that I wanted to cover.
Okay.
So the millage timeline, I hope we get to that at some point.
Okay, so what I would like to, I was actually going to mark that one off today after and let me explain.
Sure.
After speaking to Dr. Moore, he's already on top of every single one of my items I put on here that I was concerned about going into the new year. And so this came out, and after having a conversation with him, he's already on this. So I appreciate him for noticing in his onboarding some of these issues. The millage, I know it's a hot topic right now with the county with what's going on with their millage for child resources and things like that. After speaking with Dr. Moore, he is working on a timeline, and he has asked if there could be given some time in probably February to bring this back. And so I have, I definitely respect that request. So I was going to just go ahead and mark it off the list today. Is there any objections to that?
No.
Out of respect of?
No, that's fine. I think it's a conversation we need to have. It's an important conversation. I am aware of some of the different things that the county is doing. We are the school district of Indian River County. We do have a millage that's expiring this year. I've had some preliminary conversations with Dr. Moore. I've not, but I will express publicly again, just because I will do it every time we talk about the millage. I personally, this board member does not want to see 31 teaching positions in the millage anymore. That is just my personal opinion. I don't believe that we should be asking the voters to decide whether or not our kids get music, art, and PE in elementary schools. I just don't feel like it. As a parent, I don't like it. As a school board member, I feel like I want to take care of our teachers and pay them and make sure that we safeguard all of all of the experiences our children can have. So that was really, I wanted to talk a little bit about, if you're not ready to talk about it, I understand that, and we can talk about it in February, but publicly, again, while you think about that, this board member will not support a millage if it includes those teachers' pay,
Bring it back
hopefully.
and
Just to,
bring it back.
no, we'll bring it back. We are within time frame. What I would like to bring is a comprehensive plan that is reflective of where we are as a district in terms of our total budget. I can say it because it's just how I'm made. I 100% agree with you. It needs to be focused in on recruiting, retaining world-class educational teachers. And there has been significant success across the state of Florida when that becomes the focus. I come from a county where they just did that work and are reaping the benefits. This is a district that needs to be proactive in investing in its teachers. It is a #1 resource. They are the ones who stand in front of our children each and every single day. We talk about outcomes and evaluating me and evaluating principals and school sites and letter grades. You move the needle in classrooms with teachers, and we need to stand up as a community, respect the work that our teachers do. So what I would like to do is pull together a very detailed plan on what we should be focusing in on, seeking your input, seeking your feedback, really to brand and put that together. Looking at the timeline, we are well within the timeline. I want to bring back or ensure that you all as a board are accustomed to products coming to you that are fully vetted, fully thought out, and it is not a understanding or doing the work that is the responsibility of staff, but being presented a document and a theory of action that allows you truly to establish it or evaluate it based on a position of policy and a individual who represents this district in 5 different areas, or 1 of 5 different areas. So
Okay.
I'll definitely bring that back relatively
Perfect.
quickly.
So, but if I could use the last 16 minutes, like I said, these items I put on before, this was back before the break, and Dr. Moore was, I don't even think you were on the clock yet, so full-time. But one item that I have really watched over the years, and this was something that I watched, and this is just going to be a briefing, and it's going to be coming back. So I have information. Yes, I did get this information from Dr. Moxley before she left, because I had asked her for this because I would like to have the conversation, and I thought I was going to have it today about this. But we really need to look at, as a school district, how our extended day program can improve. Currently, and I'm sorry if it offends anyone, currently I see it as a babysitting service versus an extension to the learning environment that it should be. I'm not going to go into it much because after learning, Dr. Moore he's already on this. He's already looking at what does the Boys and Girls Club do, what are they doing, what's crossover missions, Gifford Youth Achievement, Daisy Hope. He's already looking at what are these other after care programs doing, the mentoring programs. And so this is something he's going to bring back with his staff, so I prefer not to really go into it today. But this is something that I'm very, I'm going into three and a half years now on the board. This is something that I continuously kept bringing up because I just never could understand if it's an extension of the day. The structure of the extended day currently is over, and she does a fantastic job, so it's not taken away from the person, but is overseen by, I believe, Christy Shields, the principal at the adult education. And to me, this is something, if it's our elementary school students, why is this not under elementary executive director, or I don't know, student services?
Right,
I could just never, that just never made sense to me. But what I was told was because it's fee-based and they collect fees over there, that they had the system set up to collect the fees. And so, but anyways, I appreciate you seeing you saw this.
We were at a school together during the opportunity tour. And,
Yeah.
And it took me back just to see the missed opportunity.
Okay, just one second. And one thing I do want to say, the luncheon that I had with Dr. Moxley was on that Thursday right before she left, and we were talking about, she said, you're in good hands with Dr. Moore. And something that she told me, and it kind of set me back for a second, is that, and I see this through you seeing within just your onboarding, you see these things that I've been seeing for now 3.5 years. But for Dr. Moxley to say, I wish I had more time with Dr. Moore, in the contents that she feels that Dr. Moore is an expert in curriculum and instruction, and she would have loved to have spent that time with Dr. Moore to just learn from him. And I looked at her, and because she used the word genius.
Oh.
And I looked at her and I said,
Hold off on that.
that's a pretty powerful word.
You've moved from an angel to a genius.
Yeah,
No.
My goodness.
No, don't please.
Rock star.
No.
Sorry,
But I'm going to tell you, for Dr. Moxley, that was her last words, some of her last words, that we're in good hands because she sees you as a genius in this area. And for her to say that, I'm going to tell you, I'm seeing some things firsthand that I'm very impressed with. So this is one of those areas.
Thank you, but I assure you I'm not a genius. If I have
Well,
any skill, it is surrounding me with the absolute best people who have a belief and are willing to act in the best interest of children. So my biggest skill is finding and empowering very, very dedicated and hardworking people who are fuel themselves based on their belief.
Good.
And I appreciate your humility, but for Dr. Moxley to call you that, it doesn't come lightly. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Zork. Mrs. Zork, this is an issue that you have raised since our beginning of our time on the school board together. It's something that you have highlighted in the past. We made some adjustments to some of the pay schedules, and I think that considering the fact that school start time might be something that we discuss in the coming years, this fits in perfectly with that. How do we continue to build upon the relationships we have with our community partners and improve those relationships within the schools, outside of the schools, after school? How do we work together to serve students during the school day and then after? So thank you for bringing it forward. I recognize that you don't want to have a long conversation about it
No,
today.
it's fine.
But
We
but
have
I do
14 minutes.
But I do no. I think it is important. You know, I think there's a balance. I think that there are opportunities for engagement. I also think kids are tired at the end of the day. They've been learning and have been actively engaged all day, so it needs to be something that's enjoyable, right? It needs to be something that they like doing. It needs to be fun and engaging. So I hope that we keep that in mind as we continue to move forward through working with, you know, and I've been very impressed, I will say, with your willingness to engage and communicate with our partners. So that's encouraging. Thank you.
Any other comments? No? Okay. So I promised you that would be brief. And thank you for being on the ball on all this stuff, so I don't have to do the homework. You guys are doing it. You got it covered. Dr. Schiff?
Sure. And then if there's time, I just want to add one thing at the end.
Okay.
That I want to let the board know. This is on academic testing, and this issue has come up a bunch. In particular, you'll see there's a whole host of attachments here that most of you have already seen. They came from, there was a discussion from the Central Florida School Board Coalition on academic testing, and they solicited all of the districts to report what they were doing around testing. which I found fascinating. And that so many districts reported. Not every district is here, obviously, so I just took what districts had provided. And in this, we know in this district, we have FSA, we have prep for FSA, we have EOC, we have AP, we have unit assessments, we have classroom tests, we have iReady, we have a preponderance of tests and testing for the tests, then testing to get ready for the tests. And we all know it's too much. In looking at some of this information, some of it is hard to compare because it's not in similar form, but some of it was in comparable form, which was this reporting to the state. So it was the types of tests and the number of minutes testing at each grade level that was reported to the state. And Indian River County was remarkably higher than every district that reported on these. I didn't go back and look at all the other districts, but I'm sure it's possible to do. But Indian River County was providing was requiring for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th grades up to 50 hours of testing per the 180 days of school. It was higher than everybody else and markedly so. They did it in minutes. I converted that to hours. But we know it's harmful to our kids, it's harmful to our teachers, it produces this incredible amount of stress. It's not promoting the kind of learning that we want. It's creating an environment that's all about passing tests. And we're evaluating both students and teachers on their ability to get kids to pass tests, which we all know is not necessarily about their capacity to learn, right? So we know that learning is not about passing tests. And I gotta tell you, as somebody who gets them when they come to college, their capacity for critical thinking, their capacity to understand that learning is more about what's going to be on the test. And I can't tell you the number of times I get questions about, is there a study guide? Is this going to be on the test? All they want to know is it going to be on the test? And that's not how I teach at the college level. So students who actually want to learn are delighted, and students who want to pass tests and sit body parts in chairs really just want to pass the tests. And it's frustrating, both working as I do at the K-12 level in this capacity and working at the higher ed capacity as I do in the other part of my life. This doesn't help us produce the kind of excellent district and innovative thinking that we want. We're higher than Lake, Sumter, Hillsborough County, Manatee County, Polk County, where there's comparable information. So what I want to do is start opening up the conversation and ask the board to not just have the conversation, but thank you, Mrs. Dampier is here, in anticipation of the possibility that we might request of the superintendent to direct staff to look at how do we cut this down, where do we cut this down, how do we do some of the innovative work that other districts are doing to produce learning that isn't simply measured by additional minutes of testing. And that's why I brought this up. There's a lot of information in the reports here. But the bottom line is we need to seriously have this conversation. So I want to open that up to board members. I want to, if Dr. Moore or Mrs. Dampier has anything to add, but let's talk about that and let's make some decisions moving forward about how we start moving away from testing and towards teaching and learning.
I have a question, but go ahead.
Can I make a comment? As a teacher who's gone through this, I'm so old that I was here when we first started the testing, and I came from Texas, where it came from, if you know what that means. Okay, so we had Governor Bush in Texas, and we had the testing in Texas, and then I moved here, and now we have Governor Bush who's starting testing here. So it was kind of interesting to go from when I first started teaching with what are standards? We just started doing standards and putting them in and understanding that everybody kind of needs to teach something that, will help the child go from the next grade to the next grade. We just assumed that the book told us what to do before then. To now we're to the opposite. Now we're to over-testing, I agree. It's all about the test, it's all about the test. But we have to also make sure, and I'm going to defend you a little bit on this, but I'm not liking the testing. That's what our kids have to do, is they have to take a test at the end to show their competency. And I think what we need to focus on more, and this is what legislators also need to understand, is the love of learning, totally agree, but also understanding what the standard means, not just how can I take the test and pass the standard, is really getting a really good understanding, because some of the standards are going to be changing, so this is interesting. But really understanding when I go to teach standards, that's why I like the national science standards, because they're so good, but we'll never see those here because the math and the reading didn't do so well when it came through, which is a shame because the standards in science are really good. But what I love about that is, as a teacher, I now have not Madeline Hunter standards, which I had to write when I was first teaching, but the standards that have been kind of vetted. So I'm hoping that standards that are coming down from the state are going to help us with all this. And it'll be interesting to watch where
She
the
doesn't look as
balance is.
hopeful. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Far more optimistic than I am.
I know, but I've
Professor
seen
perspective.
the changes
Yeah,
like
I'm
this
kind of
in education over and over again, because, you know, when you're to this point in your career, you've seen the roller coaster ride.
You know, we have to do what the state mandates us to do. There's no question about that. But how we get there is a district-level decision.
Right.
And while I don't disagree that we have to produce world-class students who are competitive nationally and internationally, I am not as optimistic as you may be about.
Oh, I didn't say I was optimistic. I just said it'll be interesting and hopeful.
Yeah, I am not optimistic about the ways in which some of our state-led educational standards and policies are occurring. So I think that there's something really incumbent on us as a district about how we transform what we call learning. Yeah, so.
And we can only control what we can control.
Right. So this is so timely, because today, iReady diagnostic testing is happening. I had a conversation with my second grader who said, I don't mind doing the iReady English, because it asks me questions I know. He said, but when I do iReady math, you know, we're doing carrying and subtraction, but it asks me multiplication questions, and we haven't gotten there yet. And he said, and it always makes me feel so dumb when I get the questions and I don't know how to do the problem. So this is so timely, because the last thing you want to do is send your kid to school to make them feel like they're not capable of success or confident in doing that. So iReady, something we control. It was brought, I don't know if it's good, if it's not good. I'm not an educational expert, so, you know, I will take guidance from you, but timely.
So
I try.
let me just give some feedback on just what I have seen in terms of the amount of time testing versus the amount of time authentically engaged in meaningful instruction, understanding and using the standards to drive that instruction. The district way over assesses. This is work that most of the counties that you mentioned, it's.
Oh my God, I just
don't
want to
know.
bow at your feet.
No.
But the goal is, and I'm not saying we're not going to assess, we're going to increase the amount of time we're providing instruction, and we're going to increase the understanding of where our students are academically in relationship to the standards, and we're going to provide them quality instruction that is differentiated in a way to meet their particular needs. I tell this story all the time, so like, I don't want to go back into interviewed mode, but people come to Miami all the time, and they talk about, what are you doing, show us how you're doing it. And it is authentic instruction. It's not, you know, sit here and I always make the example, if you have the teacher manual in your hand and you're following a script, we don't need a certified educated teacher to do that. But it is connecting adults and giving them the opportunity really to design instructional activities to those particular kids. The numbers are so high here because we're including topic assessments as part of that work. A topic assessment should be a quick assessment and understanding. Now, the good news, these are created by teachers. So this is, hey, this is the standard. This is where we are within, I guess, the curriculum map is what we call it here. This is a resource or a tool for you to assess where that child is with that standard that you're covering. So it is a resource provided to teachers, but it's being required by the district. In Miami, we don't require those. Mid-year exams and final exams, they're offered here. They're a part of the school grade. And we reduce the time for teaching and learning because we have half days in the middle of the year to give an exam We don't have mid-year, we eliminated exams. The only exams that we require, now, let me just speak through I-ready, that child's frustration, and I missed, was it your?
It's
was it-
Reed, the second
Okay.
grader, yeah.
Is a resource, that is a good resource, that is designed to address the academic, where the student is academically. So why he's being exposed to skills that are above, it should grow him where he's currently at. So it's not a standards-based program, it's a growth program. It provides growth for you.
It's supposed to be,
If used correctly, yes, it does.
That's what I'm saying.
And
just so you know.
there are, and I say it all, that if a resource doesn't work, we will be the ones to define that it doesn't work. We will be implementation experts. Every vendor's gonna come in, they're gonna sell their product and why it's the absolute best product. And we will validate that to be true or not to be true based on the implementation. I-ready, done correctly in elementary more than secondary, shows significant growth for low-level students, your lowest 25%. It is misused, I can't say here because I don't know that to be true, but for your proficient students, it's misused and assigned for homework, and it's a student who doesn't need to be on the program because he's already proficient. So we're taking a program to build, that is strategically designed to build you to proficiency, and then requiring you to do above and beyond minutes. So what we do in Miami, it's 70% pass rate, and then 75, 65, or 45 minutes, depending on what tier you are in, to grow you to proficiency. And when you ask a child to be on there for 75 minutes, it becomes boring, it becomes dull, it's just not a good way. And when you look at your 3, 4s, and 5s and the rate of regression in terms of students who should be providing that 21st century, they have the skills, they're at the standard level. So what they should be doing in a classroom, it should be, I don't want to say controlled chaos, but coming in and debating and defining problems and proposing solutions to what those problems should look like. And that's not, there is a shift that needs to take place regarding that understanding. In elementary schools, our elementary teachers are doing, the standards are complex, and yes, the standards are changing. To teach at the complexity of those standards takes a great deal of time, a great deal of planning. We may be one of the few districts that are not departmentalized across the board. And in some ways, it's not fair or just to teachers because the amount of time that you're going to have to be outside the confines of your planning time to differentiate a lesson for the 18 or 22 kids that you may have is just so complex to do. But I am a mother, I'm a father, I have to go to softball practice, the things that are also, enjoyable that you want to do. You get one gives up. You don't do one or the other, and I wouldn't want anyone not to do one or the other. So it really is looking at how we're spending our time. I know there is a committee that works through this, calendar committee, impacts this. Outside of the unit assessments that we require, the only other assessments that are here, that are on this calendar, are the mid-year and the final exam. So Algebra 1, we have a mid-year, we have not a diagnostic, which will require, we use I-ready to meet the state's requirement of progress monitoring. And I-ready would be that Achieve 3000 would be it for 9th and 10th graders, just as an example. So this is work that definitely needs to be looked at. I think you lead with instruction versus we're going to take away some of these assessments. So just in kind of getting feedback from the calendar committee, they want the early release days for, to me, well, you won't have to make up days if you just keep kids in school and you provide them with meaningful activities versus a mid-year exam. Some of the information, one of the things that I did last week, I had students from all of the secondary schools including the flick, and just talk to me, talk to me about your experience. Tell me what's good, what's bad, what's indifferent. And a few of them spoke directly to this. Pam was there in tears, I'm not gonna lie. He was at Sebastian River High School, upset because he had to take a mid-year exam for a course in which the teacher just basically gave him dittos and paperwork, and that sums up what he said. And he was so frustrated because he wasn't prepared to take the exam because he'd been given nothing but busy work. And it was probably a good exam because he said it was stuff that he hadn't seen since the beginning of the year, which means, okay, it is a comprehensive exam, but it was done in a way where it was simple recall. And another student who, across the street, Storm Grove, were just taking information from one place and putting it in another, which I had never really heard it that way, but really what she was saying, we're just taking stuff out of the book and we're going to rewrite it on a piece of paper. And that is an assessing learning. So and those could be isolated situations, but you really need to empower principals and teachers to think differently about how you address the needs of all kids. And it is not the norm. It's not the norm. But you want significant results, you have to support teachers in saying, okay, you have 22 kids, these are the standards. Understand the standards at an extremely deep level, but let's design and connect adults together to design that lesson. And we should be providing resources. So I think we do provide some resources, some of the progress monitoring resources they have, but it changes the tone. So just to be open, we have what we call benchmark assessments in Miami. It's not a requirement, but it informs instruction. And sometimes it's how you say it. I'm not going to require you to do it, but if you want to know where your kids are and how impactful your instruction was, here's an opportunity for you really to do it. And it comes through choice, not school choice. We'll be talking about that too. But the choice of the teacher to see it as, a tool, a resource versus do this, do this, do this. And sometimes, and I would imagine, okay, I'm going to do this, and I would hope there are teachers like this. Okay, here's an assessment, do it because you have to do it because my principal will come in, and I'll get an email from some person at the district saying only 42% were tested. But just take it, and now let's go back to what we're doing. And hopefully those results on that assessment should be great. They should be aligned to the standards. But it really is taking the time, and I think one of the most exciting things for me, and there are a number of exciting things, is the transition to standards. It's a little nerve-wracking, to be honest, because I've really sold a high expectation that every school should be an A. But as the standards shift, there's opportunities really to begin the work around modifying instruction and really embracing teachers to say, let's think. And looking at those standards, they are even more complex in some ways. So that is a fun opportunity, really, and the state will have probably like a bridge year or a gap year, depending on what they say, as they transition from one standards, because you can't norm on learning gains until you have the same assessment for 2 years, 3 really. So there's opportunities really to dig into and reinforce the teachers. This is not about the letter grade. It's not about the academic, 72 on a test and test and test and test. Tests don't tell you anything, and other than how the student did on that 7 or 8 thing. But we should be able to be in a place where we can evaluate how the student is doing based on the instruction in the room.
Well said. We have a couple of questions. We have Mrs. Justice, Mrs. Rosario, Mrs. Berenborg, and then myself. So go ahead.
As a parent of 4 children, 1 in high school, 1 in middle, and 2 in elementary, I would like to tell you that your experience in the superintendent's advisory council was isolated, but I don't believe it is. I think iReady can be used as a tool. My concern is in the implementation, and I have had many teachers speak to me who specifically work with our exceptional students, that have real concerns about the amount of time it takes away from instruction, especially for those students with special needs. So that's a question, that's something that we didn't touch on. I mean, you talked about lowest quartile as far as grades, then we have another section of students who may need support in different ways. Where does iReady fit in their day? And what the requirement is for them. So that's something that, as we continue in this work, I hope that we're able to address.
And funny, I was at, where was I yesterday? Indian River.
Academy.
No, Osceola
Oh, yeah.
Magnet, and a teacher said the exact same thing. The resources that we provide, not to our standard diploma students, but our special needs students who maybe on access points, just lacks
Yep.
some
Thank
valid.
you.
Yeah.
Mrs. Rosario?
I am just so excited to hear what you have to, I feel like I'm coming out of myself because I have been saying this from the beginning. In fact, last year at some point, and Mrs. Dampierre can attest to it, this board requested that we actually minimize some of the iReady testing, and we took the initiative to ask that that be done. That was done. Instead of making certain timing mandatory, if I remember, it was optional. You know, so I can't even remember what it was exactly, but if it was 4 hours mandatory, we said, I think it was 2 hours mandatory and then 2 optional, you know,
So
something like that. It was.
Don't answer Pam and tell me we had kids for 2 hours.
No,
It should have been
it wasn't
45
that.
minutes a
45
week at
Whatever,
70%
Yeah.
mastery, if implemented correctly, especially at that low,
Yeah.
at the lower grade level,
It-
it produces significant result. It is one of the things that we do in Miami, where we see significant return on investment. Higher grade levels, higher level of proficiency, you're making adjustments and modifications. And you're making adjustments and modifications because sometimes you can't beat the implementation.
We're on the same page, Dr. Moore, and this board made it clear that we wanted that to be changed last year, and some of it was changed, and we appreciate that, but it's nowhere near where we should be, and I think that changes in this area need to be done. We need to take a hard look at all of the tests that we are giving our kids. I have had children tell me that, you know, on days that they're doing iReady in their classroom, they said, you know, well, you know, we have all week to actually complete it, so, you know, I don't have to be in there now. And they're walking the hallways, or they're, you know, going to the bathroom, or whatever they were doing. There's an over-testing, and you are so correct when you say teachers teaching ought to be, we have to go back to teaching 101. We have to go back. I remember when I was a teacher, first starting, I mean, I was given, you know, the information on what to teach, and then my principal said,
Do it.
go for it, you know, and
All right, the
we
door's
were
shut, I'll see you
given
in
the
180 days.
incredible, yes, exactly. We were given the incredible leeway, the open door to be as creative as we wanted, so long as we got it done. And they came out okay. We came out okay too. We didn't have any of this technology, you know, when we were growing up. I was just telling my son the other day, I would get up and go play with my friends for hours at a time, take the bike, go to the park, come back. My mom she was just come home before dinner, right? Be back before dark. And every single kid was home before dark. I mean, that wasn't that long ago. It was quite a while ago. We didn't have the internet the way that we do now. We didn't even have cell phones. I could have been dead on the street. You know, I mean, but the point is that there was activity, right? There was playtime, there was recess, even in schools. I remember going out and having 2 recesses.
to like a
But
minute
yet you
left.
still had art, and you still had PE, and you still had all these other, you had home economic classes. You know, we have to come back to the basics
I
and
tell you
stop
what, though, the
overcomplicating.
arts in this district, I was joking with Kristen, who comes back tomorrow, thank God. When I was at the Prism performance, I said there are more musical instruments in this auditorium right now than there are in Miami.
Wow.
They
Do a
don't
good job.
exist. And
We
some of
do a
the-
good job there.
No, it's amazing and
We
it's
do.
enriching.
We do.
I wouldn't say that we gotta go back to teaching one-on-one. We have to go to complex teaching. I think we need to hold true. We need to hold true to the fidelity of implementation around resources. I would never say, let's go beyond the guarantee that I know will work, that the resource will provide. Let's use it correctly. And then when we grow beyond proficiency, those are the opportunities really to become innovative in terms of how we're grouping and using students.
I'll tell you one area that I think that we should absolutely eliminate iReady testing is kindergarten. Kindergarteners should not be required to take iReady. They need to play, they need to learn through play, and they need to be able, I can't tell you how many kindergartens cry because they're frustrated, because they have to sit at a computer and they have to take, just like your second grader, imagine a kindergartner seeing some math problems pop up because they're just not there yet, but they're given that question anyway. It's not right. They need to play.
It's not right. You need to
Kindergartners.
establish routines and process and how to interact with other children at that level, how to function within a classroom, big on systems within the classroom, the pre-K, K1 and 2, but ensuring they have the opportunity to be exposed to the correct. I know it because I come from an iReady district. It is using the program with fidelity. And if a child is sitting there crying, it's not being used with fidelity, or there's a different support, or there's the toolbox. Do we have the toolbox? Then we can provide that same resource in a different way. So it's really just looking at it and make sure that we're doing this correctly.
Carrie?
Yeah, I just want to say, you're talking about a change of mindset, and not swinging all the way back to teacher shutting the door 180, no. But what happened is, when my kids were going through school here, it was chapter tests, unit tests, spelling tests every Friday. They hated coming to school on Fridays. And then you move to the unit test, which has only been a couple of years. When I went to St. Lucie, it had been a lot longer. And I remember that same problem of balancing, which test do we get rid of in order to make room for these new tests? So just so you know, that mindset is still out there. I've still walked through and seen unit tests and spelling tests and everything else like that. So I know that that's changing the mindset. But you're looking at also streamlining. I hear teachers all the time, and I agree with them, and I see it, and I'm in the schools, and I know there are too many meetings that they have to attend, and they're so overburdened. Like you said, they have a life too, but they feel like they don't. Teachers want creativity in teaching. I loved to be able to be creative in teaching, and that's been kind of taken away, yanked away a little bit. So once you get that, what happens is you start to see student engagement increase. You see discipline go down. You see level of suspensions go down, all because you see the passion of teaching again, and the kids loving that passion and taking it in. Like Dr. Schiff is saying, that's the kind of student she wants to see when they leave us and go on. They want to see somebody that has a passion for learning. That's turned off from it.
That's
So
right.
thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple of comments.
Maybe I could.
Yes, you can. 2 freshmen, a 5th grader, a 3rd grader, and a kindergartner is what my 2 youngest are my grandchildren, and then my 3 are my children. So from experience, what I'm concerned about, since we're on testing, is grading on the curve. Because what that tells me, if you have to adjust the grade, then that means a lot of the students miss the standards. So,
What's
you know,
the point, right? I mean,
right. So it's really,
Is what it causes.
so, and then the next year, you know, it goes, the understanding goes down and it goes down. So I have an issue with grading on the curve, because I want to know what do they really know. And then what I've really seen is my high schoolers, and even when they were in middle school, the testing didn't bother them. They're so used to just sitting there on their video or but where it was really, I had a hard time with my granddaughter going to school on Tuesdays. That's when she did her iReady. So I see it definitely in the lower grades, where the lower grades, they can't, you know, they don't have that processing yet. So I appreciate you mentioning this. And I marked it down what time that you mentioned that you're going to reduce testing, because I'm going to be popular at home whenever I have them replay this. But I was wondering if I could get a commitment. I would really be popular as a parent if there is no more homework in elementary. Can you commit to that?
Also a big transitional mind shift process. I'm not from the school where, in some ways, where you just drop the hammer and you say that. I think you build consensus around the practice that everyone believes in. There are districts who, Lake County, as an example, have no homework, no homework, not even reading. And there are districts that have limited homework or align the amount of homework to the age of the child in terms of, you know, your age versus 10 minutes or whatever the case may be. There are districts that say, you know what, it's a reading requirement based on minutes, and they're doing some very innovative things around, you know, novels and just really good things to read, just not garbage to read. From going to one extreme to the other may not lead to the best implementation. Really comes in elementary, lower grades. I think homework is a problem. And then your AP honors, dual enrollment courses, you know, those higher level or just straight honors, it becomes just busy work.
Yep. I see it every day in my house. I want to add something. No, you're right. I mean, the reading requirement to me, I love, you know, we do 20 minutes of reading. I mean, it says 20 minutes in their agenda. We do 20 minutes. If there is homework, my expectation as a school board member would be that the homework is something that's practiced, something that's already been introduced in the classroom. And for me as a parent, and I hope parents watch this is what I do, and I've had conversations with teachers. If something comes home and my son or daughter will say to me, we did not cover this in class, we haven't covered this yet, then we write a note. And I will write a note and say, Griffin, let me know that this is a subject area you haven't covered yet. If there's something we can do at home to help, or if you'd like to send this homework back home once it's been covered. Because, yeah, I mean, again, it becomes this issue of I'm being given something that I don't know how to do, you know, within the classroom. Is that acceptable? But at home, as a parent, you know, I struggle sometimes with math, explaining the math. Yeah, explaining the thought process to my child, because they'll say, well, that's not the way we do it in class. We do it this way in class, and I want to be respectful of that, right? And that's okay, because I've seen that be successful for some of the students to build on their learning. But again, I'm with Mrs. Zork. If you came out tomorrow and you said, we're not doing homework anymore, there's going to be a reading requirement, I would back that 100%. Read, enjoy your reading, keep a journal at the early ages, journal, and honors and AP, because I see it too, it's busy work.
Implementation is everything.
Yeah.
And then I think we build together, and that's a aspirational goal to move to, where teachers feel they have the voice and the understanding on creating their classroom. And just to be honest, there are still things in schools that are happening that I don't know. Maybe there's a flipped classroom approach where they do ask you to do, hey, this is the new thing. I want you to take this little assessment, read this, or whatever the case may be, and then we're going to accelerate your learning by only teaching you what you don't know. So there, and maybe that's.
I don't know it's that intentional, but that would be lovely.
Yeah, but
That's called a flip
nor do I.
But,
But
I mean, I don't think it's
you
that
turn
intentional
someone
right
off and
now.
you say, "Oh, this new guy from Miami just said no homework," and I'm being very intentional about my homework, or I'm only giving 35 minutes, and we're doing this novel study as a class, and now I'm being best by kids, and this guy's saying not to do it. So it's really coming to an understanding, and I think schools move the best when they have the opportunities to be set norms, and hey, this is an expectation, and how do you design the parameters to uphold that expectation?
One last comment, and then Dr. Schiff's going to wrap it up. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to add to that, because then you have the other question, the added question of, well, what happens with special projects, right? You have science fair coming up. I guess I'm not allowed to do science fair because that's considered homework, or special projects should be allowed. Then who determines those special projects and when and why? If there's a history fair, you know, there's all these other, you know, things that may come up. So I certainly can see, that. But once we get further into the year and we start, getting buy-in and we start getting more feedback, I'm sure you're going to elicit feedback from teachers. And we can move forward with the decision then.
Well, that was an extreme throwaway out there. I didn't think it would really happen, so I just
Don't
wanted
ask,
to
you
put
don't
it.
get it.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So,
No, I'm learning, Carrie.
go ahead, Dr. Schiff.
So in an effort to wrap up this conversation, because one of the things that when we have these discussions, I find can be frustrating is when we don't come to some conclusion in some direction. So what I'd like to request moving forward is that you let us know the plan for this and that you come back at a subsequent workshop to inform us what will be the strategy for cutting back the testing and to let us, and to continually update us on this as you would update us on the equity report. But this is so fundamentally important to the quality and type of instruction that we give, that I would like to hear updates, regular updates on this, on first, what the plan is, second, how it's being implemented, and third, regular updates on where and how we're cutting, of course, in consensus with teachers and administrators. But I'd like to be kept apprised of this ongoingly, if you would.
So what I will do, just to, in terms of an immediate action step, I'll provide each of you this chart, which is our district's testing calendar, and it identifies, so you know, so when you're in public saying, oh, those or the mid-year assessments or the iReady diagnostic, well, that's a state requirement, and we use iReady to meet that state requirement. I think having some of that knowledge or information puts us all on a standard playing ground. And then some of that work will, as you mentioned, absolutely. A lot of that's going to be going into the fourth 9 weeks and going into the summer in terms of their school improvement and action planning process. So that information will be coming.
And then as we do that, because we're now mid-year, so certain things are already in place and we have structures, and as you are coming on board and learning about the districts, I would love to see a restructure of this for the next academic year.
Oh, absolutely. So when this comes, I would imagine this typically would come over the summer. In Miami, it does. You'll see that, and it will go through a very similar process. Unit assessments or the topic assessments won't be there on as a requirement. Will they disappear? Absolutely not. I haven't looked at them, so having shortened, very, very quick assessments to understand where the child is. So we're not shutting down for an entire day to take a unit assessment, but we're taking 10 minutes on this particular standard to take a temperature check on the impact of instruction. And you use it, and it becomes valuable for a teacher when that teacher knows this is really for me to improve my instruction versus just assessing you. It is an opportunity for me to be more effective at providing quality instruction to you.
May I just say something? Yeah, and that was always kind of the disconnect for me as a school board member was unit assessments when unit assessments were introduced, it was an understanding. We were going to be able to take a temperature check, see what the kids knew, see where the gaps were, and then go back and reteach. And somehow, through the implementation, that did not happen in that way. So thank you. Thank you for bringing it up, and thank you for addressing it so honestly. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I have board committee reports. I didn't have anyone that had. Do you have one?
I attended a couple, so I just want to give you some updates on some committees I attended. I went to the calendar committee. They're very diligent. They've done an outstanding job. Dr. Suit has been leading that. One point of contention I had was about Veterans Day, and I brought that up. And yes, the person that contacted me, I asked to please make sure that all board members knew and also that the committee knew. So the committee was great about putting a survey on our website, and they went through in this meeting I attended all of the comments and every single one of them and tried to address them. I think they're putting some really good ideas forward. First of all, they said, when I questioned about Veterans Day, they said somebody made a comment that the Veterans Council actually wants us to have school that day so that we could teach about Veterans Day. I said I would take it upon myself to call the Veterans Council and find out exactly what they wanted. I called the next day. That is not what they want. They would like for us to recognize that day as a holiday. And so I already told Dr. Suit, and I also told the committee I would be bringing that to you guys to let you know what happened and what was said. So you're very aware of it because it's something that needs to be in the sunshine. People need to understand how we feel about that. Conference days and holidays, people are confused about the fact that we have to have certain days off, and they're questioning why is this day and this day and this day. So I think that this committee has a great idea that's going to help, and that is they're going to create a fact sheet to explain why certain days are off and why we had to go on a different day or why they chose the emergency day they did. I had some questions about which emergency days they were choosing, and, you know, President's Day versus something else. So that was something that they're going to discuss one more time. This should be coming forward to us, and if not the next meeting, the meeting after that. So I know you'll be bringing it to us soon. I also attended the Treasure Coast Council of Local Governments meeting. I found it to be very informative. I know you said that you didn't get as much out of it. They were very excited to see a school board member from Indian River County there. There was a representative from all of the different counties, Okeechobee, St. Lucie, Martin, and Indian River, for city council, commission, school board, and then there were other agency people there. So it was good that, I think it was very valuable for me to be there. I will attend. It's $200 for us to join, and seeing that I'm not going to ask for transportation costs to go to Tallahassee, I think we could save the money from there. And if you were all okay with it, I don't know if we have to bring it to a vote or whatever, but I would like to see us rejoin that, because there were a couple of points that I want to bring up that were brought up at that meeting. One, the census person was there talking about the importance of the census and how people are protected and how we are losing millions of dollars because the last census we lost, a lot of people did not report. And how they want help with educating the public. Put it on our website, get somebody here to speak at a meeting, that sort of thing. So I think we need to reach out and do that. I have the information being sent to me, and I'll forward it to you. There was also an update from Treasure Coast League of Cities, the counties group, the FSBA update from Marcia Brown. Powers, thank you.
You're welcome.
And although I asked her if she attended the conference, and she said she hadn't.
Yeah, she didn't. They don't.
Yeah. So Career Source reported that we have a 3.2% unemployment in Indian River County right now. So I thought that was interesting. TC Planning Council reported, South Florida Water reported the level of the lake, and also some other stuff about the pythons in America's Amazon River, which is St. Lucie River. There's a movie coming out. But the St. Lucie Water District was there. The affordable housing was a big one. And that's where I spoke to Peter O'Brien after the meeting. And he brought it up and said, would some of us be willing to write something that we can send towards Tallahassee to say, these are our priorities, and one of them was affordable housing. I said, yes, but let me do it after I talk to my board. So that was something that I thought, I volunteered to be part of writing that. I also attended the SHAC meeting, which, is that student or is that Health Advisory Council, or is it school? Okay, I figured because there were so many school people there. Vaping concerns was a biggie, physical and mental health, but they also need a PE representative because the representative used to be from Leisure Square, which I'm not sure what they're calling that route, from the rec department, but he had to step down, and they were looking for maybe a PE teacher.
Okay.
So if you could look into that.
Can I ask a question of that committee? Because I know in the past I had gone, and it was mostly school personnel. And so it was almost like attending a school district meeting off of school district grounds, right? So I'm just curious, is it important for a school board member to be there? And if it's so, great. Or is there some ability for Georgianne or someone that's there to report? Where's
To the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing, because as I was sitting there, they said, oh, we wish we could do this, or we wish we could do that. And I said, I can make that call. I can help you with that. And it was like, should I be doing that, or
That's the
should
question.
somebody else be
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
that? But I said there were a couple of easy things, like, for example, they want to be able to put up posters about certain things, and I said, I can ask whether or not that can be done. I can
Right.
just ask the superintendent, let's see if we
Is
can get
there a
that done.
break? So my question would be, considering the importance of some of the issues that they deal with, and then some of those minute, some of the little stuff, right? Is that committee operating in its best capacity? And that would be something I've always kind of, like, I went and I was like, I feel like I'm at somebody else's meeting,
Yeah.
you know? And then you don't want to overstep your bounds as a
Right,
school
I
board
felt the
member?
same exact way.
Yeah.
I said,
It's
I will
funny.
help if nobody else needs to or wants to or
Yeah.
whatever, but I also knew that I could probably make a phone call and get it done right then.
But should you? So
Yeah.
that was the question, right? So just an evaluation.
And that's why I had brought up maybe having a liaison to that committee just to be there.
I think so, and seeing that I'm doing these other things, I would be happy for someone else to step in and do that one, if you so desire. But I think it was really good for them to have a board member there. They appreciated it.
Oh, no doubt, and I used to go, but that was the thing, there would be things that were kind of like things that maybe he should know, or that
Yes.
should be asked through student services, maybe Kathy Parandozzi would go, I don't know.
Committee again?
It's SHAC, it's School
Student-
Health Advisory Council.
Yeah, School Health Advisory.
But I do think that we
Sorry to
need a,
interrupt, I just had a
yeah,
question.
I think we need a presence that's either a leadership position or a board member.
Yeah.
I do, to support what they're doing, because they're doing they're really,
Right.
really
Doing good
important
work, I
stuff,
just had a
yeah.
concern about a board member, because you're not a vote, it just felt weird.
And another thing that came up was about diet nutrition
Yep.
in our schools. And I felt like, well, we
Tracy.
really should have had Tracy at that meeting.
Yep.
And instead, they had invited, there was a diet nutritionist that was there from the community, which I think is great, too. But maybe we should have,
It's the school.
I know,
Health
I know. So,
Advisory.
but it shouldn't be just that person.
Right,
It should also be input from the community.
Right. I'm still open to a liaison to that one, just to be there to be
You mean a
helpful.
liaison as a board member or like a staff member?
I think, like Dr. Moore has expressed, our staff has 25 things on their plate. I think if a board member would like to do it,
I would just like to get additional information regarding what the committee is, what its intentionality is. Are there things, can we accelerate work, which I know the answer is yes, by having someone who is responsible for doing that work versus let me take it back to Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore's got to take it back to the staff, or he's got to call the principal. Can we have the right people there in order to get things moving quicker?
Well, you
And I just
have
don't have that.
Dr.
And my question would be, that meeting has been happening. Is, it happened, where did you go, United Way?
yes.
Okay, so that's the question. Like, to me, I'm like, okay, we're talking about School Health Advisory Council, right? It's happening off of our campus, not at one of our locations. Why? I'm just curious, why?
Right, because we
And
had
then-
some district people that were there.
Right, so then, should it be happening somewhere else? Are the right people there? Should that meeting even be happening at all in that capacity? Does it look different in other districts, and can we make improvements to it? Maybe, I don't know. So, because I mean, with talking about the vaping, this would have been a really good group for for you to pull in, I mean, just as community support,
I did meet with
Okay.
them, and
Yeah,
that's
safer.
why they came out
Right.
that night.
Right, so anyway, I just think that it's an interesting committee. Thank you for going.
Yeah, I just thought, well, we kept getting emails about it, and I thought, you know what? I've heard about this, and I've never attended because I couldn't before. So now that I could, I thought, I'm going to go attend.
Okay, we have 5 minutes to.
But I think we should
all
have
this up.
somebody there.
Well, it's publicly noticed, we can all attend. Or we can discuss it further about appointing one person. I'm open to going.
Can I bring something quick?
Yep.
This is very, this is
Are
quick.
you finished?
I just want to know, can we decide, is there somebody who wants to be the liaison, or, because if you say we can all go, then we don't go.
Yeah, but I think Dr. Moore requested that he find out more about the committee to see if
Okay.
that's a staff
So you bring it
person.
back?
Yeah.
Okay,
I got it.
thank you.
It's on the list.
Sorry, I missed that.
Okay. Did you have something?
Thing.
Okay, go.
Dr. Packard was there. just so you know.
Some time ago, I was requested to participate in an event by one of our community partners, Equality Florida. Some of our district personnel works with Equality Florida, which is a LGBTQ advocacy organization that works with school districts all over the state. They put on an annual conference, and they asked me if I would be part of a panel of school board members. Because Indian River County is doing a lot of work with this and partners with Equality Florida. I know our Department of Student Services works with them, our Director of Mental Health works with them. We've had board issues then, and I honestly, I thought about it for quite some time. I eventually agreed to participate because I hadn't spoken to the board. I said that I was participating as an individual, I was participating as somebody who sat on a board, but who was also a college professor, a restorative justice expert, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm doing this on my own nickel, but I wanted to let the board know and ask, sort of for your blessing, but also to let you know that this was something I was invited to do in recognition of some of Indian River County's work with a historically marginalized and struggling population. But we've had some work around that in the district. So in the spirit of full transparency, like doing anything that I don't let fellow board members know about. And sort of just ask if you have thoughts, feelings about that. Like Terry mentioned with the legislative thing, which is a different context, representing the board. I did not say I was representing the board because I don't have your permission to do that. But if I do have your permission to do that, there are members of the people in the district who will also be attending, and I'll have information about the kinds of stuff I might be asked about district work in that. But wanted to bring that up to you if you had any thoughts, feelings, or otherwise about that.
Want me to start?
Sure.
We
Okay.
have short time.
Okay.
Short time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with you representing Indian River County as a school board member going. I think before you made any commitments to anything as far as something we'd be willing to do within our schools or changing any of our programs or
gosh, no.
anything.
Yeah,
No,
of
I'm
course.
just saying for, you know, that would be something that as an expectation as a board member, I would expect that you come back and say, you know, this has been requested of us. But as far as you going and representing us, I think it's great. You know, I want all of our students to feel comfortable in our classrooms, and anything we can do to help to make that happen and be more educated is wonderful. So you have my blessing to attend and just bring anything back that we would have to make a decision on.
What's the name of the organization?
Equality Florida.
I mean,
They're the
who's
ones
attending
who-
from, who's attending, just from the district? I'm just
I don't want to
curious.
say yet because I don't know that they formally committed. So, but I have I have spoken to our Director of Mental Health, who I know had been working with
Yes.
Equality Florida and even, and spoke to us in front of the board. I think she had hoped to go, but I don't know yet if she's
Oh,
actually
okay. I
going.
see.
But I did talk to her about getting information about what services we were providing students with.
And what is their purpose?
Okay.
What is?
To protect the rights and well-being of LGBTQ students so that they feel welcomed at home and safe in our schools.
I think we all have our interest outside of, you know, what we do as a school board member. On that topic, I just want to let you know that as a citizen of Indian River County, I applied for a committee member for the presidential search at Indian River State
I'm
College.
sorry, before we do that, Tiffany said she was comfortable with me representing the board.
I'm comfortable.
If you guys are comfortable, then I can go as a board representative. If not, I go as an individual.
Just like you're trusting me
Yeah.
to speak
Yeah.
as a liaison
Yeah.
on any platform that we come forward and not surprise.
Of course. I wouldn't.
I trust you that you would do
I
this.
feel the same.
So
I don't
have
know anything
consensus
about
from
this
the
group.
board that,
Well, I trust you wholeheartedly. I just
just
want to
don't know
look
the
into the
organization.
organization.
Yeah,
So
she's not
I'd
wrong. I
like-
think it would be nice to have time to be able to do research about it,
Yeah,
but
I'd
my
like
first
to-
instinct is.
Yeah, so I pulled them up on the website, but I just haven't had a chance to look into what they are about and what they do.
What's our
and
mission?
I trust
Yeah.
you wholeheartedly, but if you would give me time to do that, that would be fantastic.
But what you do as
Well,
an individual is absolutely.
so what I said was, because
Yeah.
I did not yet have agreement from the board, I
Right.
could only commit to doing this
Right.
as an individual. I am doing it on my own funding. It is at the end of February. And if you all are comfortable with me as a representative of the board, then I will participate as a representative of our board, which frankly I think is part of our commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion in ways that we've been talking about that a lot lately.
Yeah.
So I would like to have support of the board, and if I don't, I don't.
So I'd like to look into that group if you don't mind. Did you have something, Mrs.?
No, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I mean, I'm looking at the website. I think I think that Mrs. Rosario is right. I do trust you to represent the board as I trust Terry. You know, we've all been in the same room and we've discussed all the stuff we've discussed. So we all have an understanding. But as I look at this, there are some lawmakers that have filed some bills that this group is not happy with. And, you know, so it gets a little more complicated. You know, so let's take a look. But in general, you know, I think it's great that you professionally are kind of reaching out and you've been asked.
Well,
It's great.
yeah,
that you were asked.
it is one of two things I've been asked to do in my capacity as a board member. The other is something academic,
Yeah.
which is nice, actually, for our county to
It
be
is.
recognized and invited to stuff
Yeah,
like
we're
this.
going over.
Can I just, I want to add one more thing to that. Like I said, I trust you to do that. I also know that this is bordering on politics, and we have to be very careful about that. So I just want to put that warning out there.
You can trust me to not say things that would get us in trouble or commit us in any way to any position that could be politically controversial in our county.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I applied for the position as a community member I sent it through my personal email. I sent it on behalf of being my history in the county, and I was accepted as one of the 4 community members. So I hope to represent Indian River County as a community member on the president search coming up for Indian River State College. So
Can I respond? I know we're running over time, but real quick. I appreciate that you applied for that as an individual, as a mom, as a community member. And I personally feel that it's really appropriate to have a member of the school board on the committee for the search for a president of IRSC with whom we work closely on so many issues. And it is important for us to have a voice and I've sat on many academic search committees, but to be able to have a voice in who that person is and how you, as a school board member, though I know that's not the capacity in which you applied, but sees that person working with our district, our programs, our students, which is really instrumental and fundamental to the work that we do, particularly in our, not joint programs, what is that, dual enrollment? Yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah, I actually looked into applying as well, but I thought there's too many things on my plate right now, so thank you.
You're going to a lot of meetings, you did a lot of reports.
Yeah.
Busy
Okay.
lady.
You don't have anything, do you? No. Okay. No, you don't. Okay.
He knows better.
We're going to adjourn
Later
this at
tonight,
4:04.
No,
And we'll be back at
5:30.
5:30.
5:30.
Yep.
Yes. 5:30.